Greetings. Let me check the sound first of all, so I don't flow in vain. 1, 2. Greetings. Great. It's been a minute. It's been a while. Thank you for that thumbs up. It's been a long time I did not request a thumbs up. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm chilling. Definitely chilling. Ah, actually, come off a Meduneta class, and it feels great. How are you? What's good? What's on your mind? Let me start by sharing the calling link. Feel free to join the conversation if you will, if you please, if you like. Just like the title says, Q&A, question and answers, plus free discussion. So feel free to come and say what's on your mind. Because of the Meduneta classes, I have less time on my hands, and I happen to be free right now this Saturday. Tomorrow, I am booked for a couple of classes, so I will not go live streaming. I used to be quite regular on Sunday doing live streams, but let me put some lightning in the place to be. Okay, maybe too much here. Okay, that should do. So we're gonna let the family join us and see what's good, see what's popping. I am a little tired, almost exhausted, because sometimes I do have classes during the week, which means that I go to work. I actually work full time, and then in the evening, after I reach home, I follow up with a class. So work, whether it is professionally or in terms of the culture, it ends late. But I'm not complaining. I'm not saying that as if I'm complaining. I'm just glad. I've been into the Medunetcha for many years, and I love to teach it, and I love to see people being able to read some sentences and understanding the grammar and so on. But it's just that the main deal is that I have less time on my hands. Hence why I've been live streaming less. But I would like to know what's up with you. What's good? What's popping? There's a video that was released a few weeks back. And I've been hesitating to show it during the live stream. I think it was in America, but I don't know where. And it was a family, apparently the husband and wife and the daughter. And the guy was being robbed in his home. Well, I presume it's his own apartment, but he was in an elevator, and someone, actually there were two, but one of them for sure had a weapon. I think both of them had a weapon. So they were robbed at gunpoint. It's a very sad sight. I think the heading or the title or the headline was saying that he was being robbed in his own place. Um, I was hesitant to broadcast that footage, but ultimately I did not, and I'm not planning on doing it now. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Some people might argue that there might be a backstory to it. Maybe he owed them money, or he owed someone money. But to point guns at a family, including a underage girl, besides that, there's even worst case scenarios. Now, Stephen wrote, "This is why I carry a Magnum." Um, Besides that, there's you cannot even keep count on the people getting who are getting shot by the police now. But besides the person that was shot 7 times in the back, there's some reports that say that he is paralyzed from the waist down, and it has been said also that he was handcuffed to his bed. I think there's a underage um, black guy who was shot and killed by the police. There's also another one who's not underage who was shot and killed by the police. And apparently, there's a video footage of that. And I also read that there's also a video footage for the killing of Breonna Taylor. Apparently, one of the police officers had some um, video cam that captured the events leading to her murder or her death. But you just can't keep count. Besides that, I've read in my feed, I had this story that is remindful of something that happened not long ago. There was a lady, Rachel Dolezal, or whatever her surname is pronounced. Now, um, for those who don't know, she was a white woman who just posed as a black woman. She pretended to be a black woman, and she ended up being some head of a NAACP chapter or something like that. She had a high position. Now we have a lady who posed as an Afro Latina, and for strange reason, apparently she is the one who came forward, who came clean, and that's just strange. And I've heard the same thing being said about one of the leader of the Black Lives Matter movement. I don't know if it's true. Of course, people are saying the same thing regarding Kamala Harris. But for those two cases, that Rachel girl and the other one who claimed to be an Afro Latina, they were just plain white slash Caucasian of European descent, for lack of a better word. And they pulled it off just like Fard Muhammad did. Fard Muhammad, we are told, had a jet black father. And for a jet black father to end up having a child looking like Father Muhammad, you have to find some of the whitest Caucasian on the planet Earth. But anyway, I'd rather hear from you. Stephen wrote, well, if a man can be a woman or a woman can be a man, why can't a white woman say she is black? Let me know what's good with you, brothers and sisters. I don't know how long I'll be live streaming, so take advantage. Take advantage. Let me know what's popping. Share the invite link, so feel free to call in. Okay. We have okay, I was about to say that name rings a bell, but this is Sister M City, so that person says, with a funny username called Just Another Troll. If it's you, sister, greetings to you. I hope you're doing well, but that username is like almost disturbing, very confusing. But everybody's free to choose how they want to be called. Let me know what's good with you. And she wrote, nah, it's me. You have me a wrench months back. Okay, I don't understand what that means, but anyway. So what's up with you, brothers and sisters? It says the peak is better. I cannot even tell what the peak shows. It's too small for me to distinguish. Inspired one, brother. You know, I'm glad that you're here in the chat because I wanted to tell you for the record. You told me about this lady, and you advised that I will contact her to ask her if she will have me on her show, and I did, just like I said I would. At the end of that live stream that took place like maybe a couple of months ago, maybe 2 months ago, who knows. I did not receive any response. Yes, Karen Hunter. But I just wanted to let you know that I did follow your advice. I was positive. But the time when you came, there was like a few people on the panel. Oh. There were a few people on the panel, and you ultimately left, and then after that, I didn't hear from you. So I wanted to put it out the way. But I hope you're doing well. It's been a minute. So, brothers and sisters, take advantage, really. Just feel free to call in, ask your questions, or put your questions in writing in the chat. The live streams don't have to build up as they usually do. It takes like a good half an hour for things to pop off, to be up and running, or on and popping, like some say. You can start straight away. Oh, Sir Carpe Diem, peace to you. I know you've been leaving some comments on the videos because your avatar rings a bell to me. So if you don't have any questions, brothers and sisters, or should I say, Henu Henasenut, then um, feel free to talk about current events. There might be things that's popping that I don't know about. Now, just another troll. I suggest come with a better name because I'm not sure who you are. You said you're MCT, but with that kind of name, the energy already is not off the chain. So I guess it will be my fault if you are really a troll and entertain a conversation with you with such a name. Some people will say that I'm a fool. I don't live for people. Um, and I'm not sure if Sister MCT will ask those two questions just like that when she could have asked those questions so long ago. So don't be offended. Don't be offended. So, brothers and sisters, let me know what's up. I haven't heard from you in a good while. Let me know what the deal is. Of course, there was a sad news of the passing of Chadwick Boseman. The sequel to Black Panther was scheduled apparently for 2021. I've read that they were thinking about having Shuri taking a position of leader of Wakanda. More recently, I've read that they were talking about CGI in order to compensate for the passing of Chadwick. Now, just another troll wrote, "It's me, brother. I'm telling you." Okay, fine, you're telling me, but you have the other account, so you can just log in with the other account. Or you can call in. You've called in. Sister MCT called in before, but you have to understand my point of view. You have to understand my position. You come with that username there. I really doubt that you are who you say you are, and you can't fault me for that. she's in she's in a good mood here. In good mood. Oh yeah. In good mood. So we see what happens now. What is very sad with Chadwick Boseman's passing, and I did tell my wife. I did tell her, wait and see how long it takes before people start talking about all kinds of conspiracy theories. And surely you have videos popping up. Hey, what's up, sister? Yes, it's better. Thank you. People talking about blood sacrifice, different kind of things. So as if it will be systematic. Whenever a person will die, you will have those conspiracy theorists saying all kind of things. But the blood sacrifice thing that was started Wow. That was started by a professor. Talked about blood sacrifice and talked about, well, at least amongst black people in the black community, talked about, oh, what are you doing here? Hold on, hold on. I was baby girl. I don't know what happened. She's watching. She's very observing. So she knows that the trackpad has a function, and she just changed the screen. Um. So apparently, Kanye West would have allegedly sacrificed his mother, even though he was so successful. Michael Jordan apparently would have allegedly sacrificed his father, even though he was more than so successful, one of the most famous athletes in the world. Same for Jennifer Hudson. She would have apparently allegedly sacrificed some family members, even though she was so successful. But Jay-Z paid them off, though. Jay-Z knew about it. Nobody else knew about it, but Jay-Z knew about it. So Jay-Z paid them off, and they gave him Rockaware. They gave him all these things. They gave him Rock Nation and so on. Oh boy. But I'm being nice. I'm not giving you the full name because I would sound like a hater. So MCT, now MCT, I was about to address the questions, the previous questions, but right now she wrote, "You don't like." Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong, man? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a là? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? MCT wrote, "You don't like conspiracy theories." I don't like what's not factual. And I don't like when people have hypotheses and they declare the hypothesis as if they are facts, as if they are concrete, solid proof or evidence for an event that took place. I don't want to say that black people are professionals at that, but I happen to speak to to some people, and I tell them about records. I tell them about artifacts. I tell them about languages. But they tell me what I think. It's like this. For me, it's like that. I think that back then they used to get down like this. And so basically, all the years of studies, not only on my part, but on the part of the specialists who have several qualifications or degree, it doesn't fly because the person has a hypothesis or an opinion. If something cannot be proven, why should we take it for face value? And I guess I can make claims about anybody on the planet Earth, and I don't need to have evidence or proof. And sometimes it reminds me of the Bible because of the fact that there is a creation story. Some people like to say when you start showing the inconsistencies or contradictions in the Bible, they like to say, well, how was the world created then? We have an explanation for the creation of the world and mankind and so on. And I'm like, come on now. So the analogy between the Bible and the creation story is the fact that you have people in power. Yes. You have people in power. Indeed, that's a fact. But to generalize and try to have people think that every time something pops up, it comes from the people in power, it's too easy. It's a shortcut to me. Keep the questions and comments going, brothers and sisters. Now, Sir Carpe Diem wrote, "Do you have a video series on how Thor dedicated to the origin of Christianity creation story origin?" Just wondering. No, I don't. I don't. Um, I don't have that, and it's an opportunity for me to say that no matter what people tell you, um, ask for records reference. Um, I've alluded to that with the person who had the private class just before I went live. You have those people who've been saying Horus was born on December 25th, just like Jesus, and that there were so many things that he said or did or had done to him, or basically so much similarities. The amount of disciples, but the main deal is him being born on December 25th. When you ask people for records, that's where it ends, and it's just merely a case of people repeating what they've heard before. Uh, Now, MCT wrote, "Do you think biracials are black?" Now, for me to say who is what, I consider them black, but in reality, they are both. Now, the blackness usually wins the phenotypical war, for lack of better terms, the phenotypical battle or genetically, usually the black is predominant, but I think it is safe to say that in most part of the world, black people consider biracials as black. Inspired One wrote, "Do you mean like the Bible and Christianity, Moses parted the Red Sea, right?" I wasn't really talking about that, but we do have a story. I forgot if it's in the Ipwer Papyrus, but or Edmund Smith Papyrus, but I have a video about that. I think the title is "Moses Act Copied from the Bible?" Question mark. We have a similar story of water being parted, not for people to cross through, but to retrieve some piece of jewelry, I think it was. But I'm about to see if I can find the video. I have hundreds now, so luckily you have that search option, but I don't see it. And I think that was the title, Moses Act. Um, hmm, well, I don't think I might not have it anymore. I'm looking for it right now as I speak, so feel free with your comments and questions. Um, what a shame. I might have it. Why it's no longer uploaded, I don't know. It might be another name. Some videos that I had uploaded on my previous accounts, and then when I re-upload them, sometimes I put a different title, and I can't remember what title it could have been. I think some of you might have seen it. Oh, by the way, remember to subscribe to my channel, Not Forever. Remember to follow me on Twitter, and feel free to make a donation either on PayPal, which is paypal.me/MaadForever, or via Cash App. So it's all in one word, Maad Forever, $ Maad Forever, because amazingly, despite all the people who've been asking me for different ways to donate besides PayPal, a few have mentioned Cash App, and now that I have the Cash App, well, I only got one donation. Well, two maybe, but I think it was one because once it was somebody who's taking the classes who used Cash App for the payment because the fees are. I don't even think there are fees when you use Cash App, but it's quite funny. It's quite funny. But anyway, um, Duma S wrote for the Asiatics. You place them as Caucasoid or something else. I do. I would classify them more towards Caucasoids than, of course, Africanoid or Negroid. Then Duma S wrote, I don't. Those people were black either way. Man, I don't know. From the depictions, I don't see them as black. From the depictions that I have shown throughout many videos over the years, I don't see them as black. Some of them have a tan. Some of them are more or less brown skinned. Uh, but that's on some of the depictions. On most of the depictions, they don't appear black at all to me. And many people want them to be black because of the Abrahamic belief system. But and brothers and sisters, I don't really like to say things that I'm planning to do because so many people do that. So many people say, I want to do this, I want to do that. But I was thinking about having a page on my website with depictions of inhabitants of many different places in ancient time. Because on the videos is one thing, but if you can have it all in one page, it's another thing. But my computer, but I don't want to sound like I'm in here trying to beg for money. But I need to change it because if I was to go over the details of how slow that computer is, how it freezes sometime, or how it shuts down when I move the screen too much towards a certain way, I don't even think you will believe me. I'm surprised it still works. Sometimes I'm doing something and I'm stuck for a few seconds at best and a few minutes at worst. And I can't go to the trouble with the classes and life in general. It's just reaching the end of its life. So I'm planning on getting a new one, and I see when it happens. But at least that is one thing that I really want to do, to have depictions, because I have so many videos with so many depictions, and I know that people will not go through all the videos. So, and I also know that in the museums that I'm planning on going to, there will be depictions of Asiatics, people from all these places where black people claim birthright. um, so the Levant, Mesopotamia, Sumer, and all that, Now, Sir Carpe Diem wrote, even with timelines, when you put the timeliness up, I don't understand what you mean here. City wrote, would you consider the Pert M. Heru a book of spells to help pass through the afterlife? That's exactly how I articulated it in the video Kemet and Ma'at, or Introduction to Kemet. So broadly, that's what I would say. Now, some people might disagree and they can come up with their own terms, but that's what I would say. Now, I haven't read it in its entirety. See, so uh, ultimately, I will. And when I say I have not read it, that's the Papyrus of Ani. There are many others. But what I am more interested in is to be able to actually read it directly from the artifacts and not the translation. Now, Sir Carpe Diem wrote, when events happen, hold on, just one moment. Oh, feel free with the super chat as well. Because I used to say that it's best to prioritize PayPal, not knowing how crazy their fees were. So, Sir Carpe Diem wrote, when events happen thousands of years prior and you can visually see it, it makes a difference. Like when Abraham, Muhammad, Jesus, Rama, Moses, etc. were all born, even religious leaders get stuck. I don't really understand what you're trying to say. Uh, but we don't have any records for Abraham, Muhammad, Jesus, Moses. I don't know who Rama is. We don't have any records for them during their lifetime. And by the way, hit that like button, brothers and sisters. Click on that like button, hit that thumbs up, and remember, if you haven't done so already, click on that notification bell. Now, the Daddy 121 wrote, I see the Bible and Greek mythology based on astrotheology, and I've heard their astrotheology was based on Kemetic spirituality. Where can this be proved? It should be proven or disputed or claimed. Well, claimed. It should be proven and or substantiated by the same people that you've heard it from. Yes. But of course, many people have been saying that the story of Jesus is based on astrology. And they talked about the sun SON and the sun SUN, and him walking on water is like the sun when the sun goes down or appears to go down, what we call the sunset. Well, we can see it above or along the waves or the water. And I think for the disciple, they talk about different celestial bodies, not to say constellations. I'm not really good with the terminology when it comes to out of space matter. But many people have been saying things like that. And him dying and resurrecting, the solar equinox and so on. And yes, many people have been saying that. Many people have been saying that. At least that's some phenomenal that we can see indeed. And there I will join what Sir Carpe Diem wrote when he said, when events happen thousands of years prior and you can visually see it, that's something that has been taking place, that people have been witnessing and documenting or talking about. You can imagine in ancient time when an eclipse took place, the fear and uncertainty that it might have caused, and it would not be surprising that people would have interpreted that eclipse as some action coming from God or other entity, maybe the devil, but not knowing the origin or the mechanism of a phenomena such as an eclipse in ancient time, it might have raised a lot of questions. No. Let's. Ooh, ooh. She has a new thing now. She wants to eat the cable now, or chew the cable. MCT wrote, all right. Brother, I have to ask a personal question before I make a donation. Do you mind if I ask you on Twitter? If you have to ask me a personal question before you make a donation, then please just don't make any donations. I think I've been quite personal um over the years. I've given many details or many information about myself. Uh, so um, people have to do as their heart tells them. People feel like making a donation, and by all means do so. If people don't feel like making a donation, it's cool. They don't have to. It's not an obligation. The earth will still spin without me. Shh, easy, easy now, easy now, easy now, easy. She's just moving so much, starts to sweat now. That's it now. That's it. Now she wants beef now. Okay. Okay. Now, um, Sir Carpe Diem wrote, I've seen people that are very light, but their DNA are over 60% African. We come in all shades, so they paint you into a corner you that when asking you that, Chaka. Um, well, being light is not specific enough. Now, personally, when I hear light skin, I take that as a black person who is light skinned because with ancient people, many times people say, well, those were brown skinned people, but when they say that, they're trying to imply that we were dealing with black people, and that's what some people do with Syrians in ancient times. And that's what they do also with the Libyans in ancient time, because we have not so many, but we have a few depictions of them uh, from Kemetic records. Um, but I guess it will all be clearer once I have the time and the tool to have that page up with different depictions from many different countries over many different periods of time. Starting, of course, with 2400 BC with the standard of Ur, Mesopotamia, Sumeria, Mesopotamia, the standard of Ur, and going my way down to more recent time. But for a good 2,000 years, the phenotype has been consistent. Now, qu'est-ce qu'il y a là? Oh, thank you, Sister M City. Appreciate that. She made a donation via the super chat. Uh, Now, Sir Copy DM wrote, at Shaka, I build computers, website, and apps. I will do what? Oh, will help you with whatever you need. Reach out. Well, I am in France, and you are probably in America. So even if you build a computer for me, I think the shipping will cost like so much. But I have an idea of which one I want, and it will allow me to read as well because I haven't read for a while. And when I say I haven't read, I'm talking about books. So it will be a two-in-one or hybrid laptop. And no offense taken, sister MCT. Well, don't take offense, brother, but I just do super chat for now. No offense at all. I mean, everybody just do how you can and how you feel like. How you feel like doing. So no offense taken at all. And you have supported me in the past, sister. So it's all good. It's all good. and you've been quite present also in the chat. And now maybe I'm confused. Maybe it was So the Seed with Chanda who called. Um, but anyway, you've been there. You've been there for a minute. So let me MCT wrote, yes, the translation is hard. I got the papyrus of Annie Birch and I have no clue what I'm doing. Well, sister, um, you have the link for the classes. You have 2 testimonials, and everybody can listen to them. Everybody can listen to them. And I will take this opportunity to share the testimonials. Shh. Arrête, arrête. So, for those who don't know where to find them, if you go on my account on YouTube, which is of course my art forever, and you scroll down, it shows the playlist. And the first playlist says Medu Nature class. And in parentheses, it says testimonials. So that one is a testimonial from a brother. C'est vrai? And now we'll share the testimonial from a sister. In case we have some feminists. Feminism is a big trend. It's the thing, it's a fashion thing. Feminism is the new black. So I will share the testimonial of the sister. Now, of course, I'm not saying that whoever takes Medunature class will be able to read and translate the whole papyrus of Ani. No, I'm not saying that. But it would definitely introduce you. And ultimately, when you have enough knowledge about the writing system and the grammar, then you, and that's a generic you, that's talking about people in general, and people will be able to take it further by themselves. So, shh. Sir Carpe Diem wrote, the 12 steps of Horus are the rising sun. Don't nobody want to call in because, you know, it's been so long I didn't know that I went over comments like I do now. Shh. I'm sharing the invite link just in case, but it's good if people call. You know? So here's the invite link. Shh. Oui. Oh là. Tu fais la fête, toi. Hein? Tu fais la Java, là. She's having a party by herself. Sweating all over. MCT wrote, no, I want to, but I've donated to people and have been doxxed, slandered, etc. Okay, I don't really know what this is all about, but I think because you mentioned that you only do super chat, might be a issue of people knowing your personal information, like first name and last name. I don't know what people did with that. Now on paper, well, anyway, you know, it's funny you mentioned that because I've been kind and I've helped some people, some Pan Africans, and the way they thanked me, that's crazy. But it was mainly due to jealousy because they've been around for over a decade, some of them a couple of decades, and they saw me coming and doing my thing and teaching Medu teaching Swahili, and having a lot of people paying attention to my material online, doing museum tours, and they were just very envious and jealous, and they actually showed that at the end. But those are people for the first time in their life were getting paid because of the lessons I used to give. Uh, there's that dude who couldn't even afford to pay for the train. So I bought him that train pass, monthly train pass. He didn't have a smartphone. I bought him a smartphone, and the way they thanked me, that was just crazy. But I ain't gonna say too much, but we might cross path, and we will see what's up. Because there's some things I just don't let slide. You know, for someone to dislike me is one thing, but these people weren't just slandering me and lie themselves with my baby mama. She assaulted me, tried to send me to jail, went to file a complaint against me. I mean, they basically tried to paint me like I was the worst dude on the planet Earth. And they rolled with me for like 2 years. And all of a sudden, when my baby mama was not happy, I became the worst dude on the planet Earth. And it went very far. I had death threat on my voicemail. Uh, but I could go on, but ultimately I couldn't see my son for months. I had to holler at the legal system to get a court order. That's how far I had to go with an African. And those are the people who talk about the African culture and all that. But you have some real messed up people uh, amongst Pan African or conscious community. But that's everywhere. You have good and bad everywhere. And that's one of the reasons why I don't deal too much with people who are anonymous and not identified, because even the people who are not can cause a lot of waste of time. I've wasted a lot of time, but I still taught some people. So it was not a total waste of time. But anyway, I don't want to get into specific because you have some people who are like not benefit. Their deeds are not enlightening, not helpful, not constructive, and I don't want to give too much light to these people. But I would say that those are the same people who defend rapists and pedophiles, you know, and that in my book, you are lower than whatever is low on the planet Earth. Sir Carpedium wrote, they even tried to explain in Star Wars, like Luke Skywalker and Dark Vader, the Prince of Darkness, astrological and resurrection references, Star Trek as well. Too much to go over there. Well, that's metaphysical breakdowns of movies. I don't dwell with that. I don't dwell on that. I think we went way beyond the Christianity and Kemet. Um, MCT wrote, "I'll take them classes." Well, it would be lovely, sister. It would be lovely. Now we have Hotep Dutch, who wrote Hotep. I'm curious. Are you living in a country where they speak Dutch, or is there just for a style? Because I went to Leiden, and oh no, And I wanted to go to museums in Germany, but I didn't have enough fund, so I made my way back home. But that was when I did the trip and went to Switzerland and Italy. So I'm just asking out of curiosity because you see, with the people who take classes, we have some who are in America, we have some who are in Africa, some who are in Europe. So it's always good to know where the people are from. Majority of my audience is in America, but you have some people in other places as well. Oh, we have Sister RP. How you doing, sister? Now, MCT Road brother, can you make this account a moderator instead of the other one? Which other one did I make a moderator? I thought it was this one. Uh oh, I will have to go on the. Can I do it here? Hold on. Okay. Um, bear with me. Can you tell me what the other one is, sister? With the wrench. Uh, did I make just another troll? A moderator? Okay, let me see that. I'm surprised. Okay, now okay, you are officially a moderator. And now let me check the other one. Just another troll. Oh yes, just another troll. Okay. I guess I had reason back then to believe that it was really you. So it's done. It's done. Okay. All right. Moderators have the privilege of sharing links. Um, MCT wrote, I have trust issues, is why I prefer super chat, nothing against you. Better be safe than sorry, sister. Be careful. Be careful because if people would have told me, I wouldn't have believed. Those people I rode with for a good couple of years and did the things that I mentioned, giving lessons, language lessons, talking about Black history in general, museum visits, museum tours, and stuff like that. Some people are just lame, just lame. And what's funny though is that 6 years later, they're not about anything at all. Some people fail the test of time. And when I say they're not about anything at all, I'm not talking about bowling. I'm not talking about cars and houses. I'm talking about what people refer to as doing the work. But it's always easier to destroy than to build. Um, MCG wrote, it goes from a disagreement to them trying to ruin your life. It's insane. Well, with me, it was more serious than a disagreement. It's an issue of rapists and pedophile being respected, appreciated, honored, and defended by well-known Pan-Africans. So Hotep Dutch wrote, haha, both. Okay, so you are from the Netherlands. Okay. Indeed. Did you ever go to the Leiden Museum? There's so much nice artifacts over there that I will share later on. And I'm waiting also to have a new computer because I ain't gonna even attempt to use it for that purpose. I mean, to use my current PC for that purpose. But they have so many nice artifacts. So many nice artifacts. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to film over there. But I got the pictures. Um, Hotep Dutch wrote, "I'm here to learn and connect with my brothers." Well, if you or anybody else feel like it, here's a calling link. I'd love to talk to a brother from the Netherlands. I don't recall speaking with someone from the Netherlands. Maybe when I used to do the radio broadcast, but I just don't recall. I don't recall. Well, brothers and sisters, you know what? It might be a short one today if people don't call because dang, we're in 2020. Why can't we use this technology? And you don't even have to show your face, brothers and sisters. You don't even at this point you don't have to. All you need is a smartphone or a microphone or a webcam, and no matter what we see, what matters the most is what we hear. Oh, Radio One. As a matter of fact, this is MCT's super chat, and this is Radio One's super chat. Thank you, brother. And Radio One makes super chat on a regular basis. It's appreciated, brother. He wrote, Kemet needs to support. Oh. She's tired now. I mean, she needs something. Look. There it is. Sorry about this. Radio One wrote, Kemet needs the support of all Black Africans, but their Abrahamic faith is putting a stop to that. The Abrahamic faith has such a strong hold on our people. Sister MCT was asking me if I think that someone really has knowledge. I think deep down is just so in love with Jesus that he has heard some statements coming from Kemetic people that did hurt his soul. So now he's on a campaign for some get back, for some revenge. But let me just introduce Radio One for those who have never heard him. Welcome to you, brother Hotep.
Peace, brother Hotep. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother.
Good. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you for calling. It's a good look, brother. I'm chilling, like I was saying, the people have been responding to the Nature classes. That's one of the reasons why I've been live streaming less than before. And I've just did a class before. I just did a class before I decided to go live just to speak to the people, because I like to hear from the people who appreciate what I do, at least to find out what's up with them and catch up with them and talk about anything, So what's on your mind, brother?
Yes, man. I just hey, I want to expound on the comment I left in the super chat. And the problem I see is with all these religions, the Hebrew Israelite, the Abrahamic faith. I get these people, they come on my channel, and they say that they support me, they subscribe to my channel, but I'm not sure about that. But they say, I even had one Hebrew Israelite tell me, yeah, you have a lot of Hebrew Israelites supporting your channel. Now, but it's kind of hard to believe that, because if you're a Hebrew Israelite and you believe in the Abrahamic faith, and you believe that your ancestor is Abraham and you come from Israel, I mean, why are you on my channel supporting Kemet? It's just so much fakery and confusion going on in the black community. Say, for instance, this guy, Zion Lex, that's
Yes.
yeah, he's supposed to be teaching Medu, but yet he claims to be a Hebrew Israelite. I mean, why? If I want to learn Medu, why do I want to learn it from you? You are a Hebrew Israelite. Why would I want to learn Medu from a Hebrew Israelite? I mean, would it make more sense to stop calling yourself a Hebrew Israelite and just, embrace Kemet 100% and then teach the Medu? I mean, and the sad part about it is, it's like our people are they are accepting of all this fakery and confusion going on. Like the whole, I mean, throughout, I mean everybody, the conscious community, they want to bang against the Hebrew Israelites. Say, well, yeah, the Hebrew Israelites fake, the Bible's fake. The Bible was stolen from Kemet, but then they're on another video saying fuck Kemet.
And and
I
and
mean,
and I know that what's his name? Xavier, Chief X has been saying that, but is there some other people who've been saying that also?
oh yes. I know
And
Ngozi.
do you mind? Did he say that?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I I wouldn't too much say that he said fuck Kemet, but
Oh, okay, okay. Hmm.
yeah, but he because I did heard him say, that if I'm not mistaken, I did heard him say, F y'all Kemet niggas, but yet he's walking around calling himself Team Osiris. And I did heard him say
Wow.
that, yeah. I mean, I heard him say some bad. He also said that that Kemet was founded by Asiatics. Yeah, he said
Oh.
yeah, the founders of Kemet, he said the people of Kemet had more were originated from Asia, and they had more ties and kinship to the Asiatics. So, and then he's on another um on another show saying a different thing, and you got these guys like Garfield and all of them saying, well, we just from West Africa. Well, if you're going to deny a relationship between Kemet and West Africa, then what is your point? I mean, why even if you're just West African, then why even take interest in the subject of the Bible of Israel and Egypt? It makes no sense. I mean, if you're just West African, just stick to teaching West Africa.
Wow.
Don't yeah, don't even involve yourself in the subject if you're not. I mean, they are literally trying to say what it sounds like to me, that West Africa and East Africa are not even on the same continent. That's what it sounds like to me. They trying to make it seem
And
like West Africa is separated from East Africa by the Atlantic Ocean or something. I mean, yeah, you can
and
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm so glad you said that because um many times the people who try to talk sideways about Kemet or Kemetic people or followers of Kemet, Shemsu Kemet, or Shemsu Ma'at. Shemsu meaning followers, by the way. Um, they usually talk that we're from West Africa, and your analogy is great. It's like I'm saying, "Oh man, I love hip hop, I love rap music, but I only listen to East Coast music." You know what I'm saying? Pac, Pac was from the East Coast initially, and in one of the documentary, I can't remember if he's Thug Angel, but in one of the documentary, they say that his name at one point was MC New York. Then he
Uh,
moved to the Bay, did his thing out there, and in the end of his life, he was in LA. So he was on both sides, both coasts. And it is indeed the same continent. And you said something also very interesting. You said, well, if they are from West Africa, they should stick to teaching about West Africa. Now, you can teach about any place or talk about any place, but they don't even teach about West Africa. They barely do. As a matter of fact, those same people uh, who like to talk about we're from West Africa, we're not from Kemet and so on. If you listen to the broadcast, and I don't want people to think that I'm spending the hours to listen to the broadcast. What I do usually, I just scroll over. I just scroll over, and usually it's the title that make me scroll over to hear if there's something special. But as usual, it's uploads from Saneta's channel or other channel, and with some few commentaries. But for the last few months, Garfield's show has been about Christianity. That's
exactly.
to me the number one thing they've been talking about. So I don't know what's up with him and Jesus Christ. And there's nothing wrong with being in love with Jesus Christ. And I'm not saying that as in any funny way. You know, I'm talking love, like loving, respecting, appreciating. He has something for Jesus, and it would be best for him to be more upfront about his situation. You see?
Mhm.
Uh and then regarding the claims that he said, we still I mean, some people know him, and you can go and ask him. I mean, that video is called Garfield on the Wild Field. Now,
Mhm.
he talked about records for different people, and brother Omnia Ab Inicio, oh, I think you've changed your username a little. But stay with us, brother. He has joined us now. He's on the panel, and he's been saying some weird things. Weird things.
Yeah, I definitely
That
agree.
just doesn't make sense. He said, if I remember correctly, but once again, the video is called Garfield on the White Field, on the Wild Field. That John the Baptist is confirmed because he's mentioning Josephus, something to that effect, and other things. I've just highlighted some of the worst thing that he said, and I think the number one, the hip hop quotable from the Source magazine equivalent, that's when he said, "Now people want to use Kemetic writing or Egyptian writing to talk about ancient Egypt. So why can't we use Jesus writing to talk about Jesus?" I mean, that's so. It's like I come up and say, why can't we use Spider-Man writing to talk about Spider-Man? You know, this guy he didn't get it. I think he doesn't know about chronology. Uh, but it's all good.
Yes, I agree. They
Apparently,
yeah, they don't
yeah.
talk about
Go
West
ahead, brother.
Africa. Yeah, because I know they
No, they don't.
because if they did actually talk about West Africa and they got into the true history of West Africa, then they will see that the connection between Kemet and Kemet Kush in West Africa. You know, and I just wanted to point out as well, when we go to the ancient records of Egypt, I just want to read something here right quick. Um, yes, the ancient records of Egypt. Okay, volume 3, the 18th dynasty. It says in page 369. Okay, it says King Amenhotep. Okay, he says King Amenhotep the third. He said, "Come, thou Amun Ra, Lord of Thebes, presider over Karnak. Thou hast seen thy house which I have made for thee in the west of Thebes. Its beauty mingles with Manu, when thou sailest over the heavens to set therein." So he's here he's talking about a land called Manu, which is in the land towards the sunset. They call the regions to the west or to the sunset, they called it Manu. Okay, so when the sun sets over Egypt, okay, remember we are in Egypt, we're not in India. So when the sun sets over Egypt, guess where it's going? It's going towards the western parts of Africa. It's going over the continents. But it doesn't go into any, you know, detail about this region, but it mentions this region as a region that is sacred to Amen, and it's somewhere in the far west. So and it also that the ancient records, it mentions the land of Cush, and it mentions the Asiatics. You know, but this gives us an ideal of what they call the western parts of Africa. They called it Manu. They also called it the Amenti. Okay, because when you agree that okay, West Africa is in East Africa is one in the same is on a one in the same continent, then you will see that the connection. That West Africa is west of Egypt,
Well, Amenti indeed. Mm.
I'll say where you. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Amenti, that word, indeed means the West. Now, not West Africa, but it means the West. From what I've seen.
Yeah. Well, no, when I say West, I mean all of Africa. Okay, because when the sun sets, it goes over all of Africa. See, if you're going to include the west bank of the Nile as the Amenti, you're going to have to include the rest of Africa that's joined with it. See, because that was all one land. That was all one land. You had two Amentis. You had the Amenti on the west bank of the Nile, and you had the Amenti towards the land of the sunset, which is the western parts of Africa. See, when it says the lands towards the sunset, it really means like the farthest land towards the sunset. Because when you go towards the sunset, if you go in Africa, okay, say if you leave in Egypt and you're going west, and you keep going west till you can't go no more, where are you going to end up at? You're going to end up on the west coast of Africa. Because there's no more land after that. There's nothing but sea.
Hold on. Bush. But just hold on.
Yeah, but that's just the point I have. But I'm just trying to point out that
sorry, it's just she has something in her mouth, so I want to make sure that she gets it out. I don't want her to. But obviously she's fighting. There it is. C'est bon. Okay, sorry about this, brother. Can you hear me?
First, shocker.
Yes, I'm sorry about this. But indeed, Omnia. Now, also, what I wanted to say, brother Radio One, about what you said earlier, just touch on 2 points. The Zion Lex teaching the meta nature and him being a Hebrew Israelite. You have political stance or ideological stances, and one of the most radical is pro-Palestinian and Zionist. And to me, someone who is a Hebrew Israelite who believes in the book that says that Egypt was a land of evil, of slavery, and so on, and God punished Pharaoh and had him and his army dying in the water, the firstborn of Egypt dying, and so on. For me, someone interested in Kemet, learning Medu nature from a Hebrew Israelite who believes that, it's like a pro-Palestinian who learns Arabic from a Zionist, which is something that you probably will never see. And that's just an analogy that I'm making. That's what it is like to me. And before I let Brother Omnia um, join the conversation, you talked about support. And nowadays, people love to say that they support you verbally or in written form. But that's just so easy and that's so hypocritical. And indeed, I don't see how a Hebrews were like, shh, shh, I don't see how a Hebrews were like will indeed um, support a Kemetic person. And the same uh, ideology or ideology issue still stands. When you read the Abrahamic literature, Egypt is probably the worst place on the planet Earth. I don't think that there's any place that is more criticized than Egypt in the Bible, in the Quran. Probably more criticized than Sodom and Gomorrah, because Sodom and Gomorrah, that's over a short part of the literature. But Egypt with the Exodus story, oh my. But anyway, Brother Omia, feel free to join the discussion. Welcome and thank you
Peace,
for calling in.
peace. Thank you, thank you. I want to touch on 2 points. The first being the last, which you just spoke of. It's interesting that you said that, Kemet is the most vilified out of those two religions. I mean, if you look at the basis of anything that does not want to be disclosed, the oppressor doesn't want to disclose the origin of information. If you look at the Ka and the Ba, and you take those examples through Muslim culture with the black cube or anything with the Kabbalah with the in Hebrew, it's all based on Egypt, on ancient Kemet. So they don't want you to see the origins of their own religion. Because I was looking at what Sir Carpe Diem said, and in terms of a timeline, if you even just went, well, when was Abraham born? Or when was, like you said, there are no records, but if you're going by what you have to this point, when in terms of anything written in stone, any ancient books, papyrus, anything that you have, if they're going by the dates that they themselves believe, um, you have Abraham was born, I think, 1800 BC, something like that. Yeah, Muhammad, 541 AD. You have all these people. So if you go back 2,000 years, none of these people even existed. So it's very interesting. It's simple things like that that is ridiculous when they open their mouth and start talking um, about how evil ancient Kemet and how evil anything is. But anytime you reference anything, it goes back to Egypt. Like is it called the Jerusalem stele? I mean, there's nothing but hieroglyphics on it. So what is Jewish about it? What is Hebrew about it? The whole tablet, the whole stele, the whole stone. There's nothing but Egyptian hieroglyphs. And you see Egyptians on there, and I don't see anything on there. Anytime that you ask a question, they always got to go back to the origin, but they'll never outright tell you things. And the second thing is that we always have to remember that we have to talk from a perspective of the boundaries. These borders that were created, they weren't created by us. They were created by our conquerors. They were created by people who came after. Um, when you have tribes that are in the Horn of Africa or Ethiopia, these tribes migrated all the way down to South Africa. So you can't look at Africa as all of these continents. It's actually our home. If you go back 6,000 years ago, we lived on Africa, not these African continents. These borders were not created by us at all. You have in South Africa, you have these caves that go back that have actually been carbon dated to 76,000 years. And no one talks about, well, is there anything else that's carbon dated that long? You know, in any other culture, you can't, because from DNA proof to all kinds of proof that it's L1 is the gene and the area is where the origin of all mankind came from. And we got to think about Pangea too. I've heard that mentioned too. It's very important because with one continent, you had many different tribes travel all over the planet. And when it split, of course, we got cut off from each other, but that just involved trade. And so it's very important that when we talk about religion and we talk about the origin of things, that we keep those things in mind. They're very, very important to understanding where we are today. There is only one God, there's only one truth. And all you have is teachers over time taking that truth, whether they came by it from conquering us or borrowing it or buying it, doesn't matter. Each teacher has his own way of teaching. So when you have what Constantine in 325 AD, he came out with his own way. The Hindus had their own way. Muhammad had his own way. Abraham had his own way. But the truth is still in there. It's like, then when you have a Muslim arguing with a Hebrew, these are two different types of teachings. They're telling you the same stories. You're learning the same principles and the same lessons, but they're two different stories. So you can't really compare them on that level. Everybody wants to talk about the origin, or who did this first or who did it last. I mean, if you really wanted to, I've heard other things mentioned too, and on this broadcast is the origin of things. If you go back 7,000, 8,000 years, it's not to say that in the last 7,000 years that things are not legitimate or valid, but you have to look back from the origin to what we are now, not the other way. You can't look at what we have now, because if we did, you would have to go back in terms of, I guess, the Bible. In 1517, you had King James, who was a Mason, and he changed the Bible. So the King James Version only goes back about 500 years. Okay, so then we go back even further. If you go back to 325 AD, before then, there was no Bible. There was no European system printed in a book that was distributed amongst its people. You also have to understand that when the Moors conquered Spain in I think it was a 711, all the way to like 1492, most of Europe wasn't even reading or writing. They were totally illiterate. And through those 16 universities that they set up, Edinburgh, Cambridge, even the Columbia system in New York, that all comes from the Moors. And the Moors got that from Kemet. So if you're not aware of all these things, these conversations and of the origin and things and who did what, they get convoluted and diluted and misdirected and misunderstood so many ways. It's ridiculous. I also remember, Shaka, you saying about when I see you do the videos and you're in a museum and you say unfortunately or fortunately, well, it's translated in the Greek. They always translate everything in the Greek to make it seem like it's the origin. And it's not. You can't base these things. It's like the Book of the Dead is the book called Coming Forth by Day. It's almost opposite. To be very careful with these things. That's it.
Yes, I also want to touch on that. See, now this thing about Black people, claiming Abrahamic faiths, like this guy that was on your show the other day, Mikael, and Afro-Asiatic. I mean, I don't see how those brothers live with themselves, man. I mean, just actually believing that. I mean, when they know good and well that there's absolutely no historical proof to back up their claim that they are descendants of Shem or whatever. But also with the origins of the Bible, and dealing with the Bible is one thing, but people lying about the Bible is another. I don't support, I don't support it. I believe that most, if not all, the stories in the Bible were stolen from Egypt. Yeah, so some people try to say, well, Solomon was Amenhotep. No, I say no, there was no Solomon. Okay, if the story was stolen from Amenhotep, then it was stolen from Amenhotep. Okay, there was no Solomon. So I mean, so it's like they'll try to say that, you know, the stories of Israel was stolen from Egypt, but then they'll turn around and still try to make it seem like the people in the Bible are real. You know, they'll still try to validate the people in the Bible as real. So, well, and I even heard some claims that David was Tutmosis. Nope, there was no David. There was just Tutmosis. David is a fictional character. Solomon, you know, was Amenhotep. Nope, there was just Amenhotep. And the most interesting thing I find in the Bible is when they speak of the conquest of Canaan, the Israelite conquest of Canaan. Now, one thing I noticed about this is in that Israelite conquest, Pharaoh of Egypt is never mentioned. It's never mentioned. Okay, the most powerful king and kingdom of the known world that time is never mentioned in the greatest conquest of the Bible. You know, so that, you know, that kind of makes it suspect. You know, saying, well, if David and all these other characters, Joshua, they are mentioned as the, you know, the forerunners and the head honchos of this whole conquest, but Pharaoh's not in the picture, you know, that might tell you that, you know, that the story was actually taken from Pharaoh. You know, that they had some knowledge on, you know, on the conquest of the Pharaohs, because we know that the real conquest of Canaan was the real conquest of Canaan was caused by, the real conquest of Canaan was caused by the Pharaohs of the 18th dynasty. The Pharaohs of the 18th dynasty were the real conquerors of Canaan. You know, from Ahmose to Tutmos the first, all the way to Amenhotep III. You know, they conquered Canaan and conquered Asia all the way to the Euphrates. And it also says in the Bible that David, somewhere in the Bible, that David recovered his kingdom in the Euphrates. And we know that according to the Medunetta, the only kings to conquer the Euphrates were Tutmosis the first and Tutmos the third. And they even said that they left a tablet along the Euphrates, but there is no writings in what we call today Israel to prove that David and Solomon made all these conquests. It's only found in Egypt. You know, yes, it says they conquered the land of Canaan, and then when you get into the Amarna letters, you have all these Asiatic kings, you know, bowing down 7 times to the king of Egypt, you know, praising the king of Egypt as the king of kings, the mightiest of all. But yet in their Bible, you know, Pharaoh is nowhere mentioned in the conquest of Canaan. I mean, it's all suspect, you know. And then it also says, well, the Hebrew Israelites, you know, they are God's chosen, you know. And also, I want to read something right quick. And it says that the Hebrew Israelites, when Moses led the Israelites out of Israel, you know, and Moses told the Israelites that we are above all nations. But yet there are no records to prove that they were above all nations. Okay, but if we go to I want to read something here from the ancient records of Egypt, and it's from the hymn of victory, in the ancient records of Egypt, in the reign of Tutmos III, and it's called page 263. It's called the hymn of victory. And he says, okay, notice the Bible says, Moses says, the children of Israel are above all nations. But if we go here, it says, okay, it says in quote, utterance of Ammon, Lord of Thieves, thou comest to me. Okay, I'm gonna skip over all that. He says, I have given to thee might and victory against all countries. I have set thy fame, the fear of thee in all lands. Okay, and he says, the chief of all countries are gathered in thy grass. So it's saying right here that you know that the all nations or all countries are under the rule of the pharaohs. So that kind of gives you an ideal of where the Bible writers got that from, where it says it like all over the Bible, the children of Israel are above all nations. But it's saying here, you know, that all countries were under the rule of the pharaohs. So yeah, but you know, just I was just touching on that. But I just don't see what is the problem with our people. You know, you want to keep on claiming this book, but there's no historical
It's
reality.
belief.
No archaeology. I mean, just some scriptures. You know, I mean,
It's,
in
it's belief, brother.
you know, there's some scriptures that you can't even tell the truth about because because if you tell the truth about it, then you're not going to have it all your way. You know, but you got to, you know, and the reason they can't be honest about it, you know, because they have an agenda. They want to have it their way. I mean, okay, saying Israelites is a one thing, is you know, the Bible in Israel, you know, is to be seen as fake. But when you say Israelites were in West Africa, that, I mean, it gets even faker because you can't even prove that in the Bible. You know, but yeah, because it's like all of these other countries, you know, I mean, everybody has their fantasy and their fairy tales and everything, you know, people trying to connect with Egypt and trying to connect with Israel. And it's like, but we as Africans, you know, if we want to be seen as the greatest, you know, we have to claim our greatness. Now, touching on this subject, okay, well, people say after the fall of Israel, the Israelites went into West Africa, you know, and all that nonsense. But the Bible says that they went into Babylon, Assyria, Egypt. But you have to question if is there, I mean, what was there even a fall of Israel? Because you have to prove Israel first. We know that, you know, that Egypt fell, you know, because Egypt actually had a kingdom. They say, well, Egypt rose and fell, but Israel never rose. So you can't even prove Israel had a kingdom to even fall from. You know, so it's like, you know, if you're trying to latch on to something real, and if you're going to dedicate your time and study into something, I mean, put your time is important. Time is quality. Put your time into something that is historical and real, and stop wasting your time with this myth and fairy tale. You know, because even when we deal with the fall of Egypt, you know, we know that Egypt, the what we call superior Egypt, the powerful Egypt, the mighty Egypt of the 18th dynasty and the 19th dynasty of the New Kingdom, where you see the pharaohs on the chariots, you know, conquering the Asiatics. What happened to that Egypt? Because after the 21st dynasty, during after the Ramesses the third dynasty, we hear nothing. We hear no more of that Egypt. That Egypt is gone. We hear of the third intermediate period. We hear the 26th dynasty founded by Semiticus. We hear of the 25th dynasty. You know, that's when Egypt fell from power. So it's like, where did these people go? you know, because after the fall of the powerful Egypt of the new kingdom, you know, we see the Assyrians come on the scene. The Assyrians come on the scene, you know, and it was all it's my belief that if the Assyrians had invaded Egypt during the time of Tutmosis III, they would have got crushed. you know, when you know the Assyrians defeated the 25th, you know, the kings of the 25th dynasty, but we also have to keep in mind that the kings of the Kushite kings of the 25th dynasty also defeated the Assyrians in many battles. You know, they were not always defeated. You know, but you know, if the Assyrians had invaded Egypt during the 18th dynasty, they wouldn't have stood a chance. They would have got stopped soon as they came on the border of Egypt. I mean, King Ashurbanipal, King Asarhaddon of Assyria they would not have been a match for Tutmosis III. Tutmosis III would have crushed them. Okay, but back to the subject. You know, this the people of this kingdom it disappeared. I mean, so you know you have to answer and because of this Israel madness, you know, people they don't study this subject. What happened to these people? You know, where did they go? I mean, because after the superior Egypt, we see no more Pharaoh on the chariots going on his conquest. And during the 26th dynasty, 25th dynasty, yes, we still see temples and you know and statues being built. But even after I would say the 30th dynasty, we don't even see that no more. I mean, when the Greeks came, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. When the Greeks came.
Oh yeah, okay. I was just making sure I'm still on air. Okay, okay. Yeah, but when the Greeks came, okay, they built temples, you know, of themselves. You know, the Ptolemies. You know, well, I don't want to say Ptolemies. I say Ptolemies. Sometimes I messed that up, but I say the Ptolemies. They, you know, they mimic the Egyptians. You know, that's what I would call a fake Egyptian dynasty. But after the Greeks, and when the Romans came in and they annexed Egypt into Christianity and built churches, we hear no more temples. Okay, so after the New Kingdom, no more chariots, no more conquest, no more imperial Egypt. After the third intermediate period, and and after the Greek dynasties, no more Egyptian temples, nothing. We see no continuation. So it's like, you know, and then people want to say, well, the people in West Africa, you know, where there's no evidence to prove that the Egyptians were West. Well, guess what? There's no evidence to prove that the Egyptians continued in Egypt. It all faded away. And I'm gonna show on my new channel, because I kind of have an ideal of, you know, where these people went, because I know from a source that speaks of the fall of Egypt, when it mentions the last native Egyptian pharaoh, who is known as Nectanebo II. Yeah, Nectanebo II was the last native Egyptian pharaoh before Alexander and the Greeks came into Egypt. And according to this source, this pharaoh, after Egypt was defeated and conquered by the Persians, this pharaoh and all of his followers fled south into Ethiopia. Now, it doesn't get into detail about, you know, what parts of Ethiopia they went to, but we know that when when people came into these regions, they scattered. You know, that was just
So, I'm sorry, brother. Which pharaoh was that that fled into Ethiopia?
yes, his name is Nectanebo the second, and
Oh, okay.
yeah, he is spoken of in Diodorus of Siculus book. I want to say book 16, chapter 50, which says he because he had a he was ruling Egypt when when Egypt was invaded by by the Persian king Artaxerxes the third, which is they call him Ocus. And Artaxerxes the third, during his time, there was a revolt from this king Nectanebo the second and the king of Phoenicia, Sidon, I want to say. They revolted from the Persians, and the Persians invaded Egypt, and this king he took a stand against the Persians and wanted to liberate Egypt from the Persians, but the Persians invaded Egypt with, they say, over 300,000 soldiers. I mean, it was a great, a powerful force, and they took Egypt by storm. And this Pharaoh, with the remnant of his army and his people, they fled south into Ethiopia. And we know that Ethiopia was all of Africa, south of the Sahara Desert. Okay. Now I believe the white man, okay, took Ethiopia and applied it only to the present day Ethiopia, but it was actually all of Africa south of the Sahara Desert, the Sudan, um, okay, Chad, not Niger, Mali, Senegal, all of that region was Ethiopia. And the most funny part is when I get into talking about Carthage, Numidia, and the Moors, people try to make it seem like we're still in Egypt. I tell them, no, we're not in Egypt anymore. We're in the West. So when it talks about people south of Carthage or south of the Moors, hello, that's West Africa. We're in West Africa now. What are you talking about? We're not in Egypt. We're not south of Egypt. We're in West Africa. See, that's why this idiocracy of Garfield and all. I mean, it really disturbs me. It is something really wrong with that brother. He needs to have his head checked because he makes no sense. He treats West Africa like it's not even in West Africa. He treats West Africa like it's in America or something. This guy makes no sense. I don't see why he
You know,
has thousands of followers.
you know, some people might feel like I'm saying this because I'm hating or because I'm jealous. But like I said, he uploads videos of Sanetta. I need to plug my phone before it dies off because I'm using the internet connection of my phone. There it is. It's plugged in. He uses Sanetta videos and other people's videos most of the time that he goes live. So you have the titles that are clickbait many times with names of known people, and then with the meta tags. All of this helps. So basically, to make long story short, you have some accounts on YouTube, and people talk only about celebrities, entertainers, singers, rappers, and so on. And anytime something happens with them, they put up a video. Whenever you have names of famous people, the more people are known, then the more views you are likely to get. And he understood that, and he's into cloud, what we call cloud now. And recently he addressed his books. He wants promotion for his book. There was supposed to be a debate with Jabari, but the COVID situation came up. He just wants the attention so that he can sell more of his book. So besides that, uh, to anybody that knows Garfield, just direct him to that video that I entitled Garfield on a wide field and get him to address his claims, because he made empty claims. He made bold claims that he never substantiated. And he does that so many times, but that was like the worst that I ever heard in my life. But besides that, I wanted to just say a few things. And earlier you mentioned two brothers, Mickey Kael and Asiatic Black Man, and you said that despite them knowing about some things not being true, they still hold on to. Now I'm paraphrasing, but the thing with them is that they don't know, they believe. And that's the thing. Belief is stronger than knowledge, you see? And they are into a paradigm, you see? Uh, and I've been there. I used to be a believer, and believing is not knowing, for the record. I still might have belief, but I keep it to myself. I'm not sharing my belief as if they are definite, solid fact or evidence. But I just want to touch on a few things that was said earlier. Now, Pangea was mentioned, but I think that's like millions of years ago. So I'm not really sure if we had hominids yet. But the other two things I wanted to say is that indeed, at the time when Abraham was born, now the brother Omnia mentioned 1800 BC. Usually I say 2000 BC, but that's like give and take 200 years, which is not a big deal. Um, the pyramids, the Great Pyramids in the Giza Plateau, that's around 2600 BC. Or you can say between 26 and 2400 BC. So 2400 BC, the pyramids were already there. Abraham was not even in the place, he was not even in the picture, even if he existed. So, of course, that was before Moses and that's before all the rest. So, the Abrahamic faith, the main patriarchs of the Abrahamic faith, was not even in existence when Kemet was already there with some high and visible science technology that is still um, um, available and here today for the whole world to see. But the last thing I wanted to touch on about what was said previously is the Ka and the Ba and the Kaaba, basically in Mecca. We need to be very careful because this sounds more like and don't take this the wrong way, brother. It's not against you, but it sounds more like linguistic acrobatics or linguistic gymnastics. Um, the correlation needs to be shown or demonstrated. The relationship needs to be demonstrated between the Kemetic word ka and the Kemetic word ba and the Arabic kaaba, which means cube. Also, I'm not claiming that it doesn't exist in any text whatsoever because there's so many texts from Kemet. But so far, I have never seen ka and ba together. I have never seen that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I have never seen ka and ba together. So we will need to see ka and ba together. We will need to come up with the translation for it. And ka most of the time is translated as soul, and ba is most of the time translated as, I'm sorry, ka many times is translated as spirit and ba as soul. Now it might be interchangeable. So going from soul, spirit to cube, that's not sufficient. And we need to be very careful. And it reminds me of the people who talk about Israel being Isis Ra El. We need to be careful about those things. We really need to be careful about those things.
Oh yes, definitely. I definitely understand. Um, yeah, because they because I will say like 90% of the claims that are made by in the conscious community, I mean, there are no records to back it up. I mean, it's like they say anything and they want you to believe it. I mean, um, if there's nothing wrong with coming up with theories, but if you're gonna come up with a theory, at least have an artifact or foundation that that can support your theory. Don't just come up with a theory without anything to support it.
And
That's oh, go ahead, go ahead.
sorry. I'm glad you said that because um, it's less fun if people have to go through records. It's more fun for people to just make claims, and the wordplay that gets a lot of people. A lot of people love catchy things. They just love that, and a lot of people. I'm sorry to say that, but a lot of people don't do any research, don't fact check anything, don't double check much. So they hear something, it sounds good, and they just roll with it, And it's sad when the claims are made by people who are in position of authority, whether they have qualification or not, because some people don't particularly have degrees. You have some metaphysical dudes who, to my knowledge, don't necessarily have degrees, but they have a large audience, large following. So when people look up to those individuals, they take what those people say as face value. You see, and you see one example of people making claims that are not substantiated. We have a sister, and I wonder if it's a sister who said that she's the daughter of a priest or pastor, but she wrote there was a Solomon. Okay, fine. I would like to know the record, or I would like to know what makes you say that. But if there's no record, then everybody, I mean, somebody might say there was a, there are, uh, what's his name? Wolverine. I might say that there was a Wolverine, but I don't show any evidence. I mean, that's very easy to do now, but that's light. Here, hold on. There it is. She wrote Pilate. Now I'm sure she meant to write Pilate, Pilate, Pilate. So she wrote Pilate existed as well, and so did his accounts of Jesus. Now, to say the Pilate existed, I am of the opinion that he existed. There's at least one record that mentions his name, even though there's like a one or two letters missing. I think it's called the Pilate inscription. Um, but to say that Pilate's accounts of Jesus existed, I never heard that in my life. Now, existed, that's one thing. To say that it exists today, well, obviously, we will need to see it. But to say that it existed, I never had any indication whatsoever that there was some of his accounts. I mean, we're talking about the Roman Empire, who also had record to some degree, to some extent. But furthermore, she goes on to say Luke existed as well. Matthew, all right, what makes you say that? And okay, I will leave it there. Because I could just go on. And she even wrote, "These are real people. Your grandma will be disappointed." Now I don't know what she's trying to say with your grandma will be disappointed, but you saying these are real people. Okay, fine. What makes them real people? What makes them more real than Spider-Man and Superman? You know, do you have any records or data that substantiate your claim? Many Christians or Abrahamic believers, even if they are Muslims or Jew, Hebrews or Israelites, they have the advantage of the paradigm um, from which we are living, the Western paradigm. There's this literature. Omnia talked about the different stages, the time when there was no Bible as we know it today, the councils that took place, and we know about the conquest and the wars and the enslavement. But there's this paradigm, and we all know why we say we are in the year 2020. The Muslims, they don't go by 2020. I think many of us on this panel and the listening audience know that. They don't deal with no 2020. You know, if I'm not mistaken, their year starts from the Hejira. I'm not sure if you pronounce it that way in English, but um, we are under this paradigm, and in this paradigm, this literature, this Abrahamic literature, is presumed to be factual, right? But when we just do, um, when we merely go through the methodology of establishing if something is factual or not, the Abrahamic literature or claims do not add up. It just doesn't add up at all. And if it does add up, then please enlighten me. Please enlighten us. We can
Uh,
start with Abraham and then go through Moses and then go through Jesus. We can also go through Joshua, all these other people. We're not going to go through Noah because I think that's too far away. And then down to more recent time. The earliest surviving Christian writing, I'm paraphrasing, but that's Paul, according to Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman said that the apostles are not the authors of the Gospels. We don't have no original. We don't have any original for the Gospels. We don't have copies of the copies. We don't have copies of the copies of the copies. But because we are under this paradigm, then they have this advantage of talking about these characters, those patriarchs, as if they existed, and we're supposed to assume that they existed. But when we ask for records for them, we don't see any. And then we will have all the excuses. Oh, but that was so long ago. Oh, but the Christians were persecuted, so that's why we don't find anything. Okay, all right. I can say that the authors of Spider-Man and Spider-Man were persecuted, and that's why we don't have no records for their lifetime. And I'm not saying that to be funny or to make fun, but at the end of the day, we're talking about history, and since we're dealing with ancient time, then archaeology can never be escaped. You see, and we just don't have any records for these individuals during their lifetime. Of course, decades later, hundreds of years later, yes, we do. But that will mean that my offsprings could wait decades after my death or hundreds of years after my death, and they could claim that I made miracles, that I was the son of God, and so on. That's just too easy. But feel free to add on, brothers.
Yeah.
I'd like to make an
Oh, go ahead.
example. I'd like to make an example. I want to comment real quickly on something that Stacy said. A lot of things that Stacy said, and things that you were talking about. Let's use an example of Moses. Now, Moses supposedly wrote many of the books of the Bible. But if we go back to ancient Kemet, because Stacy said we all have a problem when it doesn't go back to an ancient origin or from Kemet. So let's go back to Apet Asut Karnak, where we taught the 7 liberal arts. We had reading, writing, arithmetic, rhetoric, logic, music, and geometry. Now, Moses supposedly wrote the 10 Commandments, correct? How we know this is not true? Well, Acts 7:22 basically tells you that he learned everything in Egypt. If you go back to when Karnak was built, Moses' grandfather wasn't even born. If you go through, just again, going with that timeline, I think people are not aware again of the timeline in which all these concepts were written. I mean, if you really want to go back, the origin of the Bible is 325 AD. If you want to go with another fact, the letter J in the English Germanic wasn't even created until 1500. Jesus, a lot of words. Okay, so dealing with translation, you're dealing with timeline. These are facts. These are things that cannot be disputed. They're unambiguous. They can't be touched. The same way, they say that Asians created. When I mean Asians, I mean like kung fu and karate, created martial arts. Well, if you go to the ancient tomb of Kheti, Khety, you will walk into the tomb, and to the left and to the right, front and behind you, there are walls that are covered with Africans from Kemet that are doing katas, okay, the origin of karate. When you talk about chess or backgammon or just simple things like that, and they say that chess was created in Persia sometimes around 800 AD. Well, you in the tomb of Nefertiti, she's playing chess on the wall. It's like it's written in stone. It's can't dispute anything like that. So you have to go with the written fact. Now, once you said these people didn't exist, or you have to use those terms in which you speak. Be specific about every little thing. I can walk into any large church, and none of the pastors will know why the book is called the Holy Bible or what the translation means, Helios Biblios. That's from Egypt, better known as not the Greek translation, but Kemet. It goes back that far. Your own church, or where the word church comes from, Mother Circe, or why there's a pyramid on every church, or why is there the circle of life on every the architecture. None of them can actually speak anything on it. So you have to be careful about when you start talking about where you're coming from. If you're saying that, if you think we're uncomfortable with the fact that a lot of these things, if it was true, didn't go back to Egypt, what do you know of Kemet? Why don't you come up the reverse and learn more about Kemet and where the origins of things were? Because we all know that Moses got his 10 commandments from before the two laws of Ma'at. That was, I don't know, about 7,000 years before Moses was even born. So the same thing with Pythagoras. Pythagoras is a chump because his own people said, "Yo, your math is not good here. You need to go to Egypt." And when he got to Egypt, they kicked him out. He couldn't even go to the temples to learn anything from Apet-Asu. Karnak wouldn't even let him in. So then he had to go back and he found some powerful person that, forget his name, had to write him a letter of recommendation, said, he's cool, he's cool. Went back with the letter, Karnak tore that up. On his way home, he stopped by many temples, and one of the temples took him in. He had a short period of there, he came back home, and all of a sudden he had a theorem, Pythagoras theorem. It exists till today. But you have to know those things. You can't just say that what anybody else is saying is not true unless you come with some kind of information, some kind of proof. And I've provided you with all the proof. If you want to go look at Acts 7:22, look at Pythagoras, look at all these things. Look at when Karnak was built. Look when all these people were born and when their families, in their own, when they say that they were born, when many systems say that they were born. If you go,
Okay, I'm sorry, brother Omnia. We have time, so because before I allow Darius to speak, who has just joined us on the panel, um, you mentioned katas on the walls. Now, I've seen depictions of martial arts being practiced in Kemet, but
called Muntu, that's what it's called.
okay, but to say that there are katas like from karate or any other known martial art style, I don't know if we can make that claim. But also, when you mentioned the Senate game, I'm sorry, you mentioned the chess game. I think it was a Senate game. I don't think we can claim that it was chess.
You can look at the depiction and you can actually see for yourself. You see the pawns, you see the king, you see the queen. They're depicted correctly and accurately.
And
if you look at those,
and if you don't mind, can you send me a link to that depiction so I can have a look? You have to send it to me in private chat.
There are some faded versions, but if you Google it, Nefertiti and chess, Nefertiti playing chess, there are some depictions that are like faded, but there are some that are very well done, and you can see it. They're untouched, even in the faded ones. You can see it. The names were different, but it's the same game.
Mm. Well, whenever you have time, feel free to send me a
Absolutely.
link for the depiction, and you can send it to me via the private chat or any other way. Like my Twitter is my art forever. My Facebook is my art forever. My Instagram is also my art forever. So any way you like. Now let me just welcome both Brother Darius and Brother Inspired One. So I'm going to allow Brother Darius to speak first, and after that, Brother Inspired One. Welcome. Hold up to you, Brother Darius.
Hey, holds up to you too. Hey, thank you for adding me, Shaka. I just wanted to say to you, man, thank you so much for all your great videos. I was just on my way to work yesterday, watching one of your videos at the museum, and then this morning I saw one for, I think it was with the the Temple of Heru and Heteru. Man, very interesting stuff, man. I really enjoyed watching it. Very informative. And I wanted to say hello to everybody else on the panel. One thing that I wanted to speak to, one thing that really pleases me about Brother Shaka's channel is his dedication to scholarship. And it's one thing that I think the conscious community and Black peoples of the diaspora in general can really benefit from, really beholding the scholarship and things that we're interested in, and when we do that, then we can see and start to discuss sources, and primary sources, most importantly, sources that are contemporary to some of the religions and histories that we claim to know so much about. And it's really good to see you guys. I'm trying to read the names here on the screen. Radio One, Omnia, obviously Chaka and Inspire One. It's really great to see so many guys that are paying attention to like the records of things and the sources of things. Yeah, I really enjoy that. And Brother Chaka, thank you for always presenting so much clear and great information.
I'm glad you appreciate that, brother, and it's good to hear that every now and then, because it doesn't show here, but you get a lot of opposition when you disagree with Abrahamic belief system. So most of the time, it's in the comment section on the videos that he shows. A lot of people are very, very upset, but that's life. You can never please everybody. So thank you, brother Darius, and stay with us if you can, if you have time. Brother Inspire One, it's been a long time. How you doing, brother?
Hey, I'm doing real good. You hear me okay? I'm in my car.
Yes, sir, we can hear you loud and clear, brother.
You know what? One thing, I'm going to bring up a generational issue, because one of the brothers that was just speaking was talking about the ironies of the information in the Bible and things that you got to remember. The internet just popped off in the late 90s. So I'm a baby boomer, and you guys are probably, millennials, Generation Y, Generation X. Remember, you are going up against people like myself generationally. Our only source of information was our priest, a rabbi, a Baptist preacher, the Bible. It's written word. You did not have instantaneous access to information like you brothers have today. So it's frustrating to guys like you. It's, why don't you understand this? It's so clear. No, remember, we were programmed by our priest. These are men. That's where we got our information. You guys are getting your information in a nanosecond on the internet. The biggest threat to organized religion is the internet, because now if somebody tells you Moses was a fictional character, all you got to do is Google that, and you'll come up with hundreds and hundreds of scholarly articles confirming that Moses was a fictional character. Now, during my time, if I were to say something like that, I'd have to go to the library. There'd be very little information about Moses being a fictional character. If I said that to my priest or to a pastor, you'd get kicked out of the church. So you guys have got to be patient with the pushback that you're getting, because remember, your generation grew up on the internet. So if somebody tells you something, all you got to do is go to your smartphone, and in 2 seconds, you're going to refute it in a minute. When I went to church back in the 60s and 70s, if the pastor said Moses spread it the Red Sea, well, okay. I don't have anything to refute that. Now you guys can type, did Moses part the Red Sea? There's going to be 500 articles that are going to tell you why that was a fictional account. So you are in a point of transition. So you guys are just going to have to let us die out, right? Or, just don't pay attention to a lot of us. I'm talking baby boomers in general, because they don't change. And you're not going to change them, because they're not going to look it up like you. You guys, it's so deep. The one brother, it's so funny. It's so deep. There's a fight, as you're saying, between people who talk about Kemet, Cush, Nubia. If you said those terms to any normal Christian, they would call you a heretic and an evil antichrist, because they've never heard of those terms before. And the second thing is, they don't even know what that means. So you guys are even in another category. You're fighting over, did Kemet get influenced by West Africa versus East Africa and the sun drop? Y'all are so deep that you don't even realize you're in a whole nother, you're playing three-dimensional chess, and the rest of us are playing checkers. So the people who are playing checkers, you're going to have to let us go. Because if you're playing checkers, if I'm playing checkers and you're playing three-dimensional chess, you're wasting your time. You'll never convince a person that there was a place called Kemet. Not a 60-year-old person, Kemet. You're making that up. They're not going to believe it, and they're not going to look it up. So to you young brothers, I mean, don't waste your time trying to sell this to people who, if they don't get it, you got to send the herd. Like, brother, God bless you. May the Jesus, that white Jesus that you follow, God bless you, have a nice life, because you're not going to convince them. You got to leave them alone and focus on those who get it. I'd rather fight with somebody over Kush, the Twa people, West. I'd fight with that person because they get it, versus the person who thinks Adam and Eve were actual people. I know people like this. They think Adam and Eve were actual people. So you say, okay, hey, how about them cowboys, man? Have a nice day. Don't even waste your breath. Don't waste your breath. If somebody believes that Adam and Eve actually existed and a snake convinced Adam to eat an apple, or that what else? Eve was created from the rib of Adam. I know a 40-something-year-old man who believes that woman was created from the rib of Adam. And this guy is on city council of a city. I'm not going to name the place, and he's very smart. He's very smart, and he believes that woman was created from the rib of Adam. So I'm going to say it, and I'm going to stop talking to all you brothers. If you're dealing with a person like, why would you try to explain it to somebody like that? And I'll stop on that.
Well, Expire, when it could work, I don't know if age and generation, I don't know if that's a valid reason to say that there's such a divide between us and them. I think the real divide, because most of us were raised in that same system as them, I think the great divide is people who are willing to objectively look at information and people who won't. You got some older people who you could very well convince and you can talk to about these things if they're objective enough to really take an honest look at the information and the sources in front of them, and especially if we package it in a way of informing them and not saying, hey, all your ideas and everything is total bullshit, is wrong. That's an easy way to kind of end up resisted, in a antagonistic relationship with them. But I think if we present it to them in a nice formal manner, and in an objective manner and an informative manner, I think it can be done with a lot of them. But I do agree with you. Some of them we're not gonna get.
You're being very generous, and I like your hopeful optimism. But I'm telling you, the iron is hot, and with all the chaos that is going on in the world today, I'm gonna push back on you. You really don't have time. You got to be moving forward, and you can't reach back and save everybody. Everybody that comes with can't go with you. And I know it sounds harsh, but I'd rather see Shaka's channel have 10 writers dedicated to the cause than 1,000 people all over the place. Do you see what I'm saying? So you don't have time. I'm telling you, this is not the time to try to educate people that far back, because you're hoping that reasonability, I'm telling you, programming and cognitive dissonance, if you know what that means if I am to believe what you're telling me, I've got to reject everything that I have been raised on. Big Mama told me that Jesus is my Savior. White Jesus is my Savior. Moses David, Big Mama told me that when I was a little baby. She memorized the Bible, and she raised me, and she raised 25 kids, right? And she walked to work, and she made $1 an hour, and she put 25 kids through college, and she memorized the Bible. If that's the person that introduced you to Christianity, and then Shaka's going to get on here and tell me that Kemet is some place that existed before Jesus? Oh, hell to the no. Big Mama said, Jesus is my Savior. So I'm just telling you, you're not going to convince somebody like that, because it'll take too much time and frustrate you. You're better off working on younger people, right? Because you guys are the future. Work on the ones that are out there in the street, people at the street level, not the people who believe, a lot of information that y'all could refute in 2 seconds. But remember, they're your elders. I shouldn't say they're your elders. They're olders. Just because you're old doesn't make you wise. So remember, they're going to dismiss you as young, unexperienced, and ignorant. And so it'll make you mad, and it'll frustrate you, especially if it's somebody you respect. It's better to ride with the people that are in the code, so to speak, and just use and work with them, because when you try to convince people that are that programmed, you lose family members. You might get, the people would ostracize you. You wouldn't be involved in the church. Once they found out that you were spreading this gospel about this place called Kemet and Cush and Nubia, places that you've never heard mentioned in a Baptist church, because you're not going to tithe to Kemet. You're not. You're not going to give your money to some place over in Africa called Kemet. Now, you will give it to, and I'm not going to mention the popular pastor's name, because they wear slick suits, they drive nice cars, they got corporate jets. Shaka, look at Shaka. Would you give Shaka, if you get a pastor a $60 million corporate jet, and there's Shaka with his baby in his arms, who are you going to give your money to? Right? If you go with the popularity, the most popular people are the ones that got them Cadillacs and the driving Escalade. Shaka, the Escalade? Look, he's speechless. You know what an Escalade is, Shaka. Shaka, you know what an Escalade is.
Yes,
I know.
I know. I know Cadillac Escalade. It's a very nice looking car. And I hope they come up with an electric version, because I drive an electric car. So I drive I don't want to say the make of the car, but it's an electric car with a small autonomy. A small mileage range. But it's all good. I don't need a car. I need a computer.
Okay. I'm just talking about the superficiality of Christianity, the fact that it's very materialistic. And what you're talking about, Shaka, is something more deeper than that. And that just you can't make a lot of money talking about Kemet. You make more money talking about Jesus and the fact that you're a sinner, you're a little baby, right? There's, according to Christianity, that little lovely child in your arms is a sinner. And she ain't done nothing yet. That is the most preposterous thing that Christianity has done to us, is you're given a small baby guilt and sin before they've even done anything, and the only way they can get it is to go through this man that didn't exist, who is he's God on earth, and you got to get to God through him to resolve your sins. He had died for your sins. That is the most, you guys know that, but that's so tragic that you would create a story that everyone was born dirty, and the only way to be cleaned is to go through some process. When the reality is, and this is, I'm not as up on spirituality as you guys, but I know it's within you. You are a small God, and all change and things that can happen, the Creator, the unseen presence of the Creator is all within us to connect to our ancestors who are connected to the unseen Creator or God or whatever you call them, and they monitor our steps, or they guide us. Our ancestors, the help of God, not having to go to a God man to do all those things. So, that's my 2 cents worth.
Yeah, peace, brother. Brother, Inspire One. Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I kind of expound on what you're saying. What you're saying is interesting. You know, I'm gonna put out a little my personal life. But I don't mind. Um, but yeah, actually, my father is a preacher, and my mother, she's an evangelist, and I grew up in the church, and later on, I got out the church because I started to find out about African history and all that, and the truth about and once I found that out, I said to myself, I never want to set foot in another church again. But when I see my father and my mother, I mean, I wear my ankh, I wear my RBG flag around them, because like some people in the conscious community, they wear their ankh when they, when it's convenient for them. They wear their RBG flag but when they get around mom and dad, they gotta tuck it in and hide it. When they get around mom and dad, shalom, hallelujah, But I mean, but they, I keep it real. They know my belief. They know how I feel. They know, I don't mess around with the church no more. They see my RBG flag. They see my ankh. And they really don't even know what it means. And I really haven't even wasted my time to teach them, try to commit me, because I don't just like you said, man, I don't waste my time with church people, because like you said, you're never going to convince them, and I tell them, I just see it that way, you're my mom, you're my dad, I love you, I always love you for being my mom and dad, but this is who I am, you do you, and I'll do me.
Can I ask you something, Radio? They've never asked you. They've never asked you about that.
Oh yes. They they asked me about what the ankh mean, and I told them it's a symbol of life, and it came before the cross, and my RBG flag, I let them know that it's all about black power, black black empowerment, pro-blackness, they asked me, and I told them, but I never really got into detail with them, I do remember them asking me a couple times, but they really don't, they really don't bother me about it. We just we still family, we love each other, we still talk to each other, but so we really like we really don't get off into that talk, but but they know what it is, and because now gotta remember now, you're still dealing with mom and dad, and it's gonna be kind of hard to convince mom and dad, of your beliefs. We're gonna hold up. I'm the father, I'm the mother, you the son. You can't tell me nothing. That's how it's gonna be. So I don't even bother. But I only deal with the people that have an open mind to it. If you have an open mind to it, I can deal with you a whole lot easier than someone that doesn't have an open mind to it. So I mean, so I say it's better, to not waste time trying to convert people. Just if people don't want to be converted, just let them be. If they want to come over, to that side, to the Kemetic side, that's something they have to do on their own. There's no use for you, trying to be so convincing and trying to knock yourself upside the head, because you're trying to wake everybody up, and you want to wake everybody up from this lie, and people just saying, it's just something they're gonna have to do on their own, and that's the sad part about it.
I like how respectful you are to them, and it shows something that I try to emulate myself. When I talk to some of my family members, they'll ask me, man, it's been 10, 12 years since you've been in church. Are you okay? And then I explain things a little bit to them, as much as I can at the time. but I always do it in a respectful way. And I think it's there was a conversation I had with one of my aunts that really kind of summed things up in a very poignant way. She asked me, she was like, "Man, we were raised in the church. Our grandma was into this. Our great grandma, our great grandma, great great grandma before her, they were Christians. Isn't it a little bit confident of you to say that you found this new way that's correct and what they had was wrong?" I told her that my view on that was, I don't consider them to be wrong because they did the best that they could do with the information they had at their time. In our time, we're blessed to have so much. I mean, I look at my phone. This is an old Samsung Galaxy 4. I think that phone is 7 years old now.
The
And
S4,
yet,
is it?
yeah, it's really old, man. But
That's my second smartphone.
listen, bro, it's still running strong somehow.
Yeah, now I have the
But
S8.
but
But
the
for free
poignant thing,
advertisement.
sure. But the interesting thing is that, with all of this technology, it brings to us information that previous generations didn't have. I don't judge them. Like, I don't look at people who have come before me and judge them because they just didn't have what we have. Just like uh, a person who drove a Model T. If they came here today and saw a Tesla or a vehicle that's the state of the art today, man, they would be like, man, if we could have just had that in my day. That's the way I kind of look at the previous generation. And radio, you really brought that conversation back to mind, what I had with my aunt, because you spoke. I really like that you spoke of your differences, ideally, between you and your parents, but you did so with such a respectful tone, man. That's really cool.
Yes, indeed, brother. Yeah, but at the same time, although they may be our parents, they came before us and they are our superiors, and all that. And I hear these other cats, man, that speak against people of the Abrahamic faith, man, and they, I hear some cats say, well, we ought to hang all these niggas and sacrifice them to the gods and all that, just wish all kind of bad on. I say, no, don't do that, man. Because although they are Hebrew Israelites and they worship the Abrahamic faith, and we have a disagreement with them, they're still our people. They are still our people, man. And we still have to love them. But even going beyond our parents, our grandparents, some of our great grandparents that we never met before, we don't know what their point of view was, but even going back into the slavery days, the days of slavery, that's all the slave master taught them was, about the Bible, Abraham, Jordan, people, our ancestors in slavery, they didn't know anything about Kemet and Nubia and all that. I mean, they, and I always hear in the conscious community, they always say, well, why are there were no black archaeologists, no black Egyptologists back then? Because our people were being enslaved, they were being oppressed. I mean, they had a yoke on their neck, they had to be kept on the plantation. So how are they going to have the luxury of being the archaeologists or Egyptologists? Archaeologists, Egyptologists, those people get funded. They get funded by rich people. Ain't nobody going, back in the days, ain't nobody gonna fund a slave, to go be an archaeologist. Our people were down. We were on the bottom. And any black archaeologists and Egyptologists today, they just now getting an opportunity. because our people were being enslaved, and it's sad, man. I mean, because when even when they get into the field of Egyptology and archaeology, black people today, they still got to deal with the racism, and they still got to, they still got to do it the way that the white Egyptologists want them to do it, the white archaeologists want them to do it, just all due to racism, and it's sad. I mean, even when they had these debates at the House of Conscience, what does these debates solve? I mean, when they have these debates, you have a big whole group of Hebrew Israelites on one side and the Kemetic group on the other side, and when the debate is over with, the Hebrew Israelites, they leave the debate still being Hebrew Israelites. They're not convinced, and another debate happened. It's the same thing, same old thing, so it's like, man, yeah, but what Inspire One was saying, I mean, it's deep, man. I mean, they because our people have come a long ways, man, from slavery and oppression, and they still.
Can I jump in?
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
When you talk about slavery, here's one way that I try to kind of have empathy towards people who are convinced, their way is the right way of Christianity. Christianity, the Bible, saved black people. It was our savior. Because think about it, back in the day, if you converted to Christianity and read the Bible on the plantation, you got treated better. If you were obedient and compliant and sat there and listened to the master tell you about Jesus Christ and how he's your savior and your rewards are going to come in heaven. So even though I'm beating you on Saturdays and Fridays, if you pray to God and work through Jesus Christ, you're going to live a wonderful existence. So this horrible life that you're living, and those who believe that got treated better. And so in a way, I heard somebody use the analogy, Christianity and the Bible was the boat that we took over from Africa for salvation to deal with the horrors of slavery so that we could survive. Because, Shaka, if you would have been a plantation talking about Kemet, I don't know if you'd have made it.
Definitely not.
You said Kemet, when you're on the plantation, that might get you killed. So you better believe in Jesus Christ. So, let's not get it twisted. That Bible probably delivered all of us on this call. So the only difference is technology from.
I think we might have lost. I don't know if you can hear us in Inspired One. Oh,
don't worry
okay.
about us old folks that don't get it. And like Radio One said, you meet people where they are. You meet them at their level. And so there's no excuse for anybody that has access to a smartphone to not be able to look up. If Radio One, if I met him and he said, "Hey, brother, blah blah blah, I'm in Hotep," I can go to Google and read all about him, and then I can come back and say, "You know what, brother? You're right. I didn't know about it. Do some more research." So, no excuse.
Yeah, I think you're broken up, brother.
You're breaking up, brother. Inspired One.
That saved us. It saved our people. So, it got us to where we are today, and now brothers like you will take us to the next level. Because now, if somebody your age or younger is hooked on Christianity and they're young enough, you can say, "Brother, God bless you. Let me hip you to some other information. Let me show you the root, the foundation to what you're believing in." There were 15 or 16 saviors with virgin births and resurrections. Let me tell you who they were. Let me tell you the one that was 5,000 years ago. Let me tell you, I think brother said 76,000 years. Caves in the Horn of Africa. I mean, my God, if you can document something 76,000 years ago, does that not tell you that the wild was probably something before Christianity? So we weren't all around butt naked, you know, eating bananas and swinging from trees. Like you said, we were architects over in Kemet. And then I'm still learning that the people from Kemet were really Kush and the Nubians. I mean, they're migrating, right? I mean, you can correct me, but they migrated from West Africa into, you know, Kemet, but these people intermarried and light skin, dark skin. So people of Kemet were, I guess, the original people came from Kush, right? From what I understand.
Yes, definitely. Yes, that's yes. That's correct. Because when you deal with Egypt, you know, people get it confused. Egypt, okay. Egypt proper are the temples, the pyramids, the statues, okay, the kings. That's what make Egypt. You know, before the temples, before the statues, and before the dynasty, there was no Egypt. There was no Egypt. The people that was in Egypt before the first king and before the temples and the dynasties, they were the same race as the Cushites to the south of them. See, because some people try to make the mistake and say, well, they no, actually they were the same as the Canaanites or the Asiatics to the north of them. But the problem is, you know, no part of the Nile River is connected to Canaan. You know, and the Egyptians make it very clear that they were indigenous to the Nile. You know, and when you take away the pyramids and the temples and all that, you get nothing but Cushites, Black Africans. You know, and they were the same race as those people. And yes, and they came from the same Cushite Nubian origin as those people. You know, there's no record saying that they came from anywhere outside of Africa. You know, and we know for certain that their first king came from the south. Okay, which is in the area of Aswan, and it migrated north. That is a historical fact that is proven by the Narmer's palette. That is proven by the first pharaohs being found in the Aswan region, in the region of Qustul, in the region of Nubia. That is hardcore archaeological facts. Anything else is just a theory that's not supported by no historical facts, no solid facts. So yes, that is a fact. You know, people who try to use the claim that Egypt was founded by Asiatics, really their only foundation and their only source is the book of Genesis. You know, the sons of Ham. You know, they I mean that's what they basing their claim off of. You know, then that's where the confusion actually started with the sons of Ham. You know, but in archaeology and even the accounts from ancient historians, no ancient historian mentions a king coming from Mesopotamia being the founder of Egypt. Okay, if anything, they say that a king of Egypt that went by the name of Sesostris. Okay, this was before the Assyrians came into Egypt. Okay, a king by the name of Sesostris came into Asia and ruled all Asia. But before this, no mention of a king coming from Asia and finding a dynasty in Egypt. You know, this a migration from the region of Mesopotamia in the Tigris Euphrates, a direct migration from that region from Mesopotamia to Egypt only took place during the time of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. No, you can't go before that. Okay, the Hyksos invaded Egypt, but they came from Canaan. They didn't even come from the Tigris and Euphrates region. You know, and and the first historical migration of Asiatics coming into Egypt only goes back to the Hyksos. Before the Hyksos, no migration of Asiatics coming into Egypt and finding a dynasty in Egypt. You know, and if anybody tell you that, you just ask them for the source, and I'm sure that they're not going to be able to show you because they made it up. You know, yeah, that's my take on it. But yeah, you know, to even expound on it, even when you get into the like the archaeology, okay, people say they try to make this argument. You know, it's like they still trying to. Well, they'll say that the first dynasty came from the south, but then they'll say that before that another dynasty came from the north, and they just keep moving back and forth. But well, if the dynasty, I say that if the dynasty that came from the north, if that was the first dynasty, that was the founding dynasty, then why is that not labeled the first dynasty? You know, why you keep moving it to try to make it fit your interpretation? You know, and it's so many theories to try to beat around the bush to discredit a southern interior African origin of ancient Egypt. They want to make it. I mean, it's like they want the founders of Egypt to come from outside of Egypt so bad, whether if it be from across the Red Sea from Arabia or from Europe across the Mediterranean. You know, anything other than a southern interior origin. You know, but yeah, you know, it takes that's why you have to give credit to Brother Shaka and all others who get off into the field of this study, because it takes a lot of reading and study, you know, to really know, you know, about the origins of Egypt. And just like you said, man, I mean, people, you mentioned Nubia, Kush, because I talk to Christians, man, like they don't know anything about these terms, man. Like even the word Carthage, you know, I mentioned Carthage to somebody on the Moors. They said, where's Carthage? You know, they don't even know where Carthage is. You know, I mean, and it's like in some of us make the big mistake, you know, thinking that these people already know. So, well, I'm just gonna mention it to them because I'm sure they already know. But truth is, they don't know. You know, that's why, you know, when I do a video presentation, you know, I always explain myself. Like if I'm mentioning Carthage, I'm going to first explain where Carthage is. I'm going to say Carthage is in the northwestern part of Africa, in what is in a place known today as Tunisia. You know, because a lot of people are not going to know that. You know, when they ask them, well, you know, try to ask them where Carthage, they're going to was Carthage, what Carthage, that was it in China or was it in India? You know, they're not going to know. But yeah, but it goes, I mean, it goes way back, man. Even when the French invaded Egypt, you know, that's during the time when the discoveries started to be made.
Isn't that like the time when Napoleon was in power? Is that about the same time?
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
Shot off the nose with the Sphinx and different things.
Correct. Yeah. The 1700s. Yeah, like that's when the discoveries started to be made, and nobody really knew nothing about Egypt. You know, other than what they read in the Bible, and you know, according to Herodotus and what the ancient Greek historians said. You know, but before this, man, like nobody knew nothing about Egypt. You know, and when they started making these discoveries, you know, then they started to, you know, find out discover these artifacts, and then they came up with the ideal of deciphering the hieroglyphics. And then after they deciphered the hieroglyphics, they deciphered the records and made ancient records of Egypt. But they didn't know anything about Egypt. Like, for instance, Manetho, the Egyptian historian, he mentions the kings of the 18th dynasty, but he doesn't mention that they were the most powerful kings in the of all of Egypt's dynasty. We find that out through the Medu Neter, in the ancient records of Egypt, that the most powerful kings of the 18th dynasty, of Egypt's dynasties, was the 18th dynasty, and a lot of people didn't know this. So it's like, stand within chronological order. We have to stay within the chronology. That's very important. Because with the Bible, you don't have a chronology, because the Bible, you have nothing. See, with ancient Egypt, the reason why ancient Egypt has a solid chronology, because the reason is, let me explain myself. And the reason is because ancient Egypt or Kemet has a historical kings list. Okay, Sumeria, they have a kings list, but it's half historical and it's half mythical. They mention gods and myths, and it really confusion. It's confusion. But ancient Egypt, they mention their king. Oh, go ahead.
Can I ask a quick question? This is just for my own education. When the French came over to Kemet or Egypt, weren't they looking for treasure? Because I know there's myth about they were cutting the noses off of the statues or whatever because they didn't want to show their Negroid features or their African features. But in reality, didn't they think the treasure was hidden in some of these pyramids and or statues, and it was their attempt to raid and find gold and antiquities and things like that? Weren't they looking for? They were raiding tombs to get financial gain, right? And the cutting off the noses was just them trying to dig into those statues to see where the money was or the gold. Is that a myth, or is that what they were looking for?
Well, yeah, I'll say it was both. Yeah, because it was definitely some myths floating around Europe during the time, because you have to keep in mind that before the French, the Europeans, especially the Western Europeans, they haven't set foot in Egypt, and there was there's this rumor going around, that Egypt, got the gold is in the statues, and Egypt have all this treasure and all that. They really didn't know the real deal until they got there, and when they actually got there, they found out that the only thing that was in these tombs were, statues, mummies and papyrus and texts and all that, and they still saw that as treasure. They took it back to Europe and put it in their museums, so I'll say, yeah, it was both. They was led to believe a rumor that that actual treasure, gold and gems and all that was in these tombs. But yeah, but it was a rumor floating around like every other rumor, in Egypt. Just like when they speak of the pyramids of Meroe or Meroe, they said the Italian this Italian guy, he went down in the Sudan and he destroyed the top of the pyramids of Meroe because he thought some gold and treasure was inside those pyramids, and come to find out that there was no gold or treasure. He destroyed them for nothing, and it was a big dishonor and a disgrace to the ancestors that built those pyramids, all because he was looking for some treasure that never even existed. So yeah, I mean, you know how Europe is, man. Europe is full of myths, man. I mean, Europeans, man, they're full of fairy tales and myths, man. I mean, that's their whole culture is based on it. With the Harry Potter and and all that, man. I mean, they believe in that stuff. That's why I say it's like if if the European authority, if he's not dealing with archaeology and historical reality, it's hard to believe what they say. Yeah, it's very very hard to believe what they say because it's just like the term Negro. I mean, Negro is a term that was made up, that was put up, labeled on us by Europeans. They call the people of West Africa Negroes, and the Arabs, they called us Sudan or Sudanese. It's all these fairy tales, and they say that they made up these myths about the savage Negro. I mean, they full of myths, man. We run around naked and all that, but you go to Africa, you actually went to Africa, especially West Africa, you see none of that. You see people living in towns and villages, have kings and gold and all that. You see the opposite. So
may I ask you something, Radio? When you mentioned
yeah.
that about Sudan, is that like an origin of the name for the country Sudan?
Sudan, it derives from the Arabs. The Arabs call it Al Sudan, meaning land of the blacks. Yeah. And that's where that's where like Sudan today, that's where it got its name from. It came from the Arabs. But before the Arabs, it was the Greeks called it Ethiopia. The Arabs changed it to Sudan. And the funny part about it is the modern day Ethiopia was when Sudan was called Ethiopia, modern day Ethiopia was unknown. They didn't it's like wait a minute, how could this be Ethiopia when the part to the farther north was the actual Ethiopia? The part that we call Sudan was a place called Ethiopia back then, but really the whole landmass was called Ethiopia. And like Sudan, okay, Sudan was it was also applied to West Africa because the Arabs, they said that the Great Sahara Desert divides the land of the Sudan from the Berbers in the north. It's saying that the people in North Africa, for Libya, Algeria, Morocco, that was the land of the Berbers, and the people to the south, beyond the desert, the people of Mali, Mauritania, Senegal, and all that was the land of the Sudan. And yeah. So and also, the Niger River and the Senegal River, they called it the Nile. It used to be called the Nile River. Yeah, they actually believe that the Nile of Egypt was connected to the Niger River in the Senegal River, but it wasn't. We know today that it wasn't. The two rivers are not connected. But it was still called the Nile. And the Niger River, that's just another name for Negro. It's another name for Negro River. And the indigenous people of West Africa, they call it the Jaliba. They have different, they have their own names for it, but the Niger, the Niger River is a term that was labeled, that was put on it by the Europeans. Just another word for Negro River. But once upon a time it was called the Nile River.
Radio, that brings up some interesting thoughts, man. How earlier, when you were speaking to a lot of the borders, or no, I don't think that was you that was speaking to the borders. But when you bring up names, it makes me think of how, like, a lot of the borders in sub-Saharan Africa and in Northern Africa, they are made by the colonial powers, and so I know some of the issues in like these countries in Africa are because they're kind of like different tribes who are kind of jammed together in a particular country, and they're really like two different peoples that are forced to kind of live together and govern together in this country that was just outlined by, you know, European powers. Radio, do you think it would be an interesting thing to, you know, maybe, I don't even know how one would even go about this, but I mean, to me, if I was a person who lived in sub-Saharan Africa in one of these countries, I would maybe through the African Union or something like that, you know, one of those type of entities, I would really be reconsidering the whole border issue, and as well as like the naming of some of the things in Africa. Since, like you said, these names were names and borders were kind of given erroneously.
Yes, yeah, I definitely agree. Yes, definitely. But I believe through time, when you were talking about the African Union, you know, through time that names are going to change again. You know, because I even heard a rumor saying that that Sudan was going to name their country Kush. You know,
Wow.
yeah. I mean, when because there was a time when Northern Sudan and Southern Sudan had split. Yeah, and Southern Sudan was going to name their country Kush, and Northern Sudan was going to be, you know, continue to be called Sudan. See, but yeah, definitely. I mean, see, but with the African Union, I mean, these a lot of these African leaders, man, like they're in alliance with these Europeans, man. Like they don't talk against this stuff. You know, it's like, you know, whatever the Europeans say, okay, oh yeah, okay, we fine with that. You know, you want to call our country Ghana? Well, yeah, we call ourselves Ghanaians. You know, you want to divide us. You know, we accept the divide. You know, and they always say, yeah, when I say that, when I speak about the ancient Ethiopians and all that and all, they say, well, that's you have some of these Negroes say, well, that applies to the people of Sudan. Yeah, that's the Sudanese. But what they don't realize is that the Sudanese, they also have their division. You have the Nuba, you have the Shuluk, you have the Dinka, you know, and you have all these tribes in Sudan. Ethiopia, you have the Arom. You know, not everybody in Ethiopia is calling themselves Ethiopians. You know, in Ethiopia, you got the Oromo, you got the Habesha, you know, you got the Borana, the Omar, the Hamar tribe, you know, and so many different tribes, the Omo Valley, you know, the Mercy tribe, so many tribes.
You know something, Radio? I remember, man, when I was a young man. I was about 22 years old, and I was dating this chick who was from Ethiopia. And she invited me one day to it was a Ethiopian New Year celebration here in Chicago on the north side. And I remember going to the celebration with her, and they had it was music playing, and a particular beat would come on, right? It would be a particular beat in the music that would come on, and a group of people would go out on the dance floor and do a particular dance, right? And then another beat would come on and they would leave, and then another group would get out there. And I asked her, I'm like, what's going on here? Like, what is this? And she was like, well, that's different tribes. Like they all have a particular way of dancing. And when a certain beat comes on, a particular tribe goes on. Now she was part of the Amhara tribe, I think, or Amhara. Does that sound right?
Amhara, yeah. That's
yeah. She was a part of that, bro. I mean, man, it just imagine. I mean, this is off the subject, but just imagine me, a young man. I tried to get out there and do some of those dances with them. It didn't work out. but it was really eye opening. Like I didn't know. I mean, that was probably my introduction to African tribes. I didn't really know anything about that kind of thing.
Yeah. I got a question on how did they treat you when you
You know what? They treated me very well. I remember. Okay, I did notice some differences. Like I know, like her tribe, they're mostly like kind of, I want to say about like fair complexion, maybe like like my color or a little bit darker or lighter, a little bit lighter than me even. And then there was some other tribes that were darker. I mean, that aside, all of them treated me pretty well. I mean, I think they all pretty much knew, especially after they saw me dance. They knew I wasn't a part of it.
yeah.
But they were nice, bro. I mean, like they were really nice to me.
Yeah. See, that's why I asked you that question, because they had to treat you well, because I mean, although you're not from that part of Africa that they came from, what ties you to them is you are black like them. You have the same skin complexion. You have the same the same hair texture, and you come from the same continent. See, like people, like some brothers and sisters, man, I hear this nonsense about, oh yeah, African Americans, we look entirely different from Ethiopians, and well we look more closer to Ethiopians, although we live 3,000 miles away from them, or 1,000 miles away. We look more similar to Ethiopians than the Southern Arabians do that live across the Red Sea from them.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because they try to make it seem like these Ethiopians, these Somalians, these people in Southern Egypt, they trying to make it seem like these people are some pure white Aryan race, type of people. And I was like, no, they're black, they're African, man. Like they have blue eyes, and they try to make it seem like they got blue eyes and blonde hair, and they these Aryan, Persian or what, Persian, Aryan type of people. But I mean, you can go to Somalia, Ethiopia, and see the old women there. The old women, they're not going to look any different from your auntie or from your grandmother. You go to Somalia and some parts of Ethiopia, you're gonna see people that are jet black. And you go to West Africa, you go to Mali, okay, the Songhai people, Fulani, they're black. They have the same features as the people in the Horn of Africa. They pretty much look the same. They may have a difference in language, in a culture, but they look the same. I mean, there's no denying that. We know of the migrations, that the east and west migration that was taking place across the Sahara Desert. But these people look the same. Just like you go to Saudi Arabia. There's an eastern part of Saudi Arabia and there's a western part of Saudi Arabia. The people in eastern Saudi Arabia are going to look just like the people in western Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
India is a vast continent. You have southern India, you have northern India. Okay, people in southern India, they're going to be tend to be more darker skin.
Mm-hmm.
The people in northern India tend to be lighter skin. But the people and that the same goes for Africa. Okay, the people in North Africa, they're today they're lighter skin, but the people in Sub-Saharan Africa is has more to do with East and West. So the people in the western part of Sub-Saharan Africa look the same as the people as the people in the eastern part of Sub-Saharan Africa. So it's like so you will have people will have you, I mean, like they will actually have you thinking, like, if you go to Ethiopia, like if you go to Ethiopia today, I mean, they make it seem like that the people there are just gonna look at you strange, like they look at you as being different from them. No, but truth is, man, if you go to Ethiopia, I go to Ethiopia, I mean, we're going to fit right in. You know, just like ancient Egypt. You know, we know from the drawings on the walls, we know how the pharaohs look. You know, they had this dark reddish brown, mahogany complexion, dark brown to jet black complexion. You know, if we was living back in ancient Egypt, we'll fit right in. You know, we'll have a chance to get on the throne because we fit right in. You know, but a white person from Europe or an Arab, somebody that looked like Osama bin Laden, they wouldn't have a chance in hell to get on the throne because they don't even. I mean, they wouldn't even fit in. I mean, because you see, you see on the walls, the Asiatics, how they depict the Asiatics.
Sure,
You know,
depict them differently. Sure.
yeah, and you never saw a pharaoh that had the phenotype of an Asiatic. You know that, I mean, you never saw a pharaoh sitting on the throne with a big with a full Asiatic beard.
Yeah, with that wavy beard.
Yeah, you know, I mean, so that that right there goes to show you that like when people tell me that the pharaohs were or mixed race. They say, yeah, but they were all different types of pharaohs, Mediterranean. I tell them, the first question I ask them, I say, name me the dynasty of this Asiatic, of these Asiatic pharaohs. Could you name me the dynasty of these Asiatic pharaohs? Okay, and they never answer the question. You know, and the answer I'll be looking for is the Hyksos dynasty, because we know that
Yeah, they went from there.
Yeah. But that's not even considered a dynasty, because the Egyptians, they didn't see foreigners as pharaohs, and that's why in the walls of Egypt you don't have no depiction of these Hyksos pharaohs. You know, you don't see this Arab looking person on on the walls of Egypt wearing a pharaoh crown. I mean, they're not going to show that. I mean, they're not going to show somebody that looks like Saddam Hussein or Osama bin Laden sitting on the throne. You know, although they making it very clear that yes, these people did invade our country. Okay, they did rule our country. They enslaved us, but they were not real pharaohs. I mean, they actually, like when Alexander and the Ptolemies, they when they put the names of those Greek kings on the walls, they never put them in a cartouche. The reason why they never put them in a cartouche, because that they let you know that these were foreigners, and they were not, and they are not considered real authentic pharaohs. See, the true,
Hold
yeah,
on.
the true authentic pharaohs were native Africans, native Egyptians. I mean, yeah. Go
Hold,
ahead.
I'm sorry, brother. I just want to say we have to be careful with that. Now I know, and I'm trying to be diplomatic, so I don't want to say the person's name, but as a person who's been is quite known in the conscious community, he's been going to Kemet for many years, a few decades actually, like maybe 3 decades, and he says that in one of his DVDs. Now he might not be the only one saying that, but we do have names of non-black African rulers in Egypt inside of Shenu or a cartouche. So I think we must say caution when we say that. And some of the names I can tell you are Alexander. We have that name in the cartouche. Cleopatra, we have that name in the cartouche. Ptolemy, we have that name in the cartouche as well. Just to give
Yeah, but
three
I was just
examples.
I was speaking on one instance where I saw the name of a Ptolemy king that was written on the wall that was not in the cartouche. So I mean, but yeah, if you if I was if you want to, if you correct me on that, I have to look into that. But I was touching on one instance where there was where I seen a couple of names of Greek kings without cartouches. you know. But the main point is, that the phenotype of the pharaohs, it really never changed. From the old kingdom. I mean, from the old kingdom all the way to the new kingdom. We see the same complexions. The same the same type of pharaohs. But we never. That's why I ask people who mention these multiracial dynasties. I ask them to name me a dynasty of these Asiatic pharaohs. And they can never show it. The only I'll say prior to the Ptolemies, the only Asiatic dynasty that's not even shown on the walls of Egypt, was the Hyksos dynasty. When you talk about the 18th dynasty, that dynasty originated from Wasets, or what we call Thebes. The Pyramid dynasty, that dynasty originated in Memphis or Menefer. 26th dynasty, that dynasty originated in Sais, which is northwestern Egypt. So all the dynasties had their origins in was native to Egypt. 25th dynasty came from Cush. But this Caucasian dynasty, this Caucasian Egypt dynasty, it never existed. It never.
Can I ask you guys a question? I'm curious about. Do you all know anything about how are pharaohs chosen? Or I know a lot of them were through the bloodline of their mothers, but what constituted a change in a dynasty? Or I'm just curious about that. How did they go from dynasty to dynasty? What kind of fueled that change?
Oh yes. Well, you had some dynasties that had an unbroken line. Say like the 18th dynasty, it went unbroken all the way to I say Akhenaten and King Tut. But what made, after the fall of a certain dynasty, when a lineage became unbroken and a new pharaoh arose to the throne, it is actually a person of non-royalty who took charge. And say when Egypt was invaded by a foreign race, or Egypt was in upheaval, and Egypt was in famine or whatever, and just Egypt was in trouble. The person who took charge and saved Egypt from foreign invasions or any type of upheaval. That person, whether if it was them forming an army, to fight foreign invaders and kick them out of Egypt, the person who was in charge of that, the person that took charge, maybe they got some knowledge from previous kings, but they took charge and gave Egypt back its glory. And regardless of them being of non-royal ancestry, they were made king of Egypt because of them taking charge, and because of them becoming a leader. And of course they were native Egyptian, living in the country. So when they took charge and brought Egypt back to its glory, and put Egypt back together, they was considered pharaoh, because they took charge, they took the lead, they led the people, they gave Egypt back its glory, and because they were native Egyptian. They were not some foreigner that came from the outside that did this. They was a person that was indigenous to the country, and they took charge, and they came to the rescue of their people. So therefore, the people saw them as their pharaoh, and then that person, and after that person came another dynasty of unbroken lineage, like Ramesses, took control and got the country back together after it was after it fell apart after under the reign of Akhenaten. But being that Ramesses was a native Egyptian who got the country back together, that started the Ramesses dynasty. And then, when he rose to the throne, he passed the throne over to his son, and the son after that, and the son after that. It was so it was like each dynasty being created and being ruled by unbroken lines and being picked up again by other native Egyptians. But after go ahead.
Yes, thank you, brother. And regarding the dynasties, the person that is credited for outlining the Egyptian timeline into dynasties, or dividing, the Egyptian timeline into dynasties, that's Manetho. And there are no original surviving, but his works are mentioned in Josephus' work against Apion and some other work. But there's an entry on that on Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica online. And some people dispute the reliability of Manetho, but I have a video and I forgot the beginning of the title, but at the end it says more reliable than, oh, actually no, it might be, yes, I think it says more reliable than Manetho, just because, I mean, every time some people are going to try to put doubts, shed doubts on the Kemetic history. I'm trying to go into it as I'm speaking right now, but I wanted to say also, and indeed, yes, there's an issue of the royal blood. That's the reason why some men will marry their sister, because the royalty had to pass through the royal bloodline, and it appears that there was a matriarchal or matrilineal issue that was very important. And regarding what Brother Radio One was saying, one example of a king who was not a royal blood is Horem. He was a general, and he ended up being a king, and that's right after the death of King Tut or Tutankhamun. But actually, now, brothers, I will have to put the live stream to an end. It's been 3 hours and 26 minutes. So what I would like to do is to let brothers make their closing remarks, and we will just go clockwise. So, well, actually, let's go anti-clockwise, because Radio One just spoke. So I would like to start by Inspired One, and then with Darius, and then end with Radio One. So Inspired One, I don't know if you can still hear us. I don't know if you're there, because your mic is muted. Well, just let's move to Brother Darius, and if Inspired One is back, then he'll be able to make his closing remarks. But Brother Darius, feel free to make your closing remarks, brother.
Hey, look who's back.
I'm sorry about that. I had a problem with my
Okay, but go ahead, Brother Inspired One. Please feel free to make your closing remarks.
Hey.
Okay. By the way, I have found the video I was looking for. The title is Manetho Less Reliable Than the Turin Papyrus. And I've actually filmed the Turin Papyrus, because I went to the Turin Museum. So I'm just going to share the link in the chat. But brother Inspire One, um, feel free to make your closing remarks, brother.
Can he hear you?
I can't. I'm getting an echo.
Well, I guess I'll go until you can figure out the situation
Okay,
there.
well, go ahead, brother Darius. Go ahead. Feel free.
Hey, I don't really have much to say, but I was just gonna kind of do a speed round of questions with you. Just a couple of questions I have. Regarding, okay, I was watching one of your videos about Het Heru. Why would they name a nature Het Heru? Because Het Heru means house of Heru, right?
That's a question that I don't have any answer for, to be honest with you.
Mm.
You know, I really, I really don't have an answer for that one. But if you have others, then feel free. If I have an answer, I will give it to you.
Okay. Let me think. I know I got some other questions, but I just forgot them. Let me see.
But brother, like I said many times, I invite everybody to make notes of their questions. And now with our smartphones, we don't even need to have a pen and paper handy, and just write it, make a list. So then, whenever you catch me live, then you can just go through the questions. You see.
Mm. Well, I guess I'll just make a bit of a statement since I forgot. I don't know, man. I just turned 40. I think I'm starting to get senile or something.
Ooh,
No,
you
but
40?
well, I'll just make a closing statement. You know, if to the people who are watching the channel, I was kind of flipping through the comments a little bit, which is a no-no because some of them are kind of disappointing. But you know, if anything, you guys take from Shaka, you know, his information is very solid. If anything that you take from Shaka, there's information all over YouTube, all over the internet. What makes him different is that he gives you sources and he gives you primaries. To everyone that watches these videos, if you stuck around for 3 hours and 30 minutes watching us talk on live, well, not us, but watching them talk on live, there's a lot of information kicked out. Check your sources, read these sources, and start to study original sources. That's my closing statement to everybody. It would make the world so much of a better place if people really studied and really went to the horse's mouth. With that, I'm out. Hey, thank you very much, Shaka.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother Darius. And I think Radio One had the same reaction as myself when he heard you say that you were 40 years old, because you look much younger. But go ahead,
Oh
brother
man,
Radio One.
if
Yeah.
my screen was better,
Um,
you could see my gray hairs. You know.
yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, you look like you in your 20s, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
how about that?
yeah. I mean,
I wish my wife was down here; she could hear you.
yeah, you fooled me, man. You fooled me. Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, my closing remarks is, man, you know, this truth. I mean, this truth has always been there, and and people, look, bit by bit, are coming are coming of knowledge of it. Some people don't know about it yet. Some of us, we already know about it. You know, and like these religions and Christianity is, I mean, it's a big interference with us, knowing this truth and protecting it, because we have to keep in mind, now I know that Egypt is building a new museum, to house all the artifacts, but we still have to keep in mind the threat that poses to these artifacts, which is racism and white supremacy. See, a lot of white supremacists, they want to take these artifacts, and destroy them or whitewash them. You have brothers like Shaka going into the museum, okay, filming the artifact, showing you that it's real, because anybody can show anything that's on a photo, anything can be photoshopped, but when you go into a museum, that lets you know that, hey, I can walk in the same footsteps as Shaka did, and go into that same museum and see that same artifact. Trying to validate the reality of it. And we need to protect the artifacts. We need to be worried about the real deal culture of Egypt. It's one thing to be a Christian and to believe in the Abrahamic faith and still know that you're an African. Okay, although you're not going to give your 100% loyalty to Africa, because you being a Christian is interfering with that. Okay, but it's another thing to embrace the Abrahamic faith and reject you are African. It's another thing to be a Hebrew Israelite and actually claim to be from the lineage of Abraham, and just completely disregard your African ancestors. I mean, it gets worse and worse. I mean, I would rather side with a person that is a Christian that knows they are African than I will a Hebrew Israelite who believe he come from the lineage of Abraham. And say that he's not African. I don't want to side with a person like that. But I would rather side with someone who is not religious and know they are African, and someone who seeks the truth and knows the truth and knows the corruption and the thievery of the Bible. I would rather side with someone like that. Because I mean even the people, we also have to keep in mind, even the people who are housing these ancient artifacts in Egypt, we have to keep in mind these people are religious, they are Islamic, they are Muslims, but yet they still believe, they still know that the Bible is fake and these Egyptian artifacts are real, more so than the Black Americans do. They're religious, but but at the same time they know that that the Bible is BS, and our religion is BS, and their main priority is to look after these artifacts, but Black people here in America, we got it all messed up. You want to put your faith in these religions and say, and don't want to support brothers like Shaka when he shows you the truth. So to make a long story short, know your African history, know the history of Africa, know who you are, and instead of supporting these fraudulent Hebrew scammers, okay, and Islamic scammers who sell you nothing but some text from a book that was written and changed over and over again. Nothing to back it up. I say, if you want to believe that all this stuff was real, then where are the artifacts? If I say that I got $1 million or I got a nice big mansion, I step to a girl and tell her that, she gonna want to see it, and if I don't have it to show her, then I'm just gonna be looked at as a fraud, as a liar. See, but you want to say Abraham and all these people were real, then why did they leave artifacts to prove their existence? So then it's hard to believe that they're real, but when brothers like Shaka show you the truth, all you want to do is tune into his channel. But then after that, you go back over to your Hebrew Israelite buddies, and go give a $50 donation to to somebody like Divine Prospect or this guy, this fraud Ronald Dalton and all these other scammers that's selling you these lies. You go over there and give them a $50 donation, but you want to come over here and you know, and tell Shock and just tune in to Shaka and don't support nothing. When he's showing you the truth. He's giving you the truth, but you don't want to give him nothing. But you want to go over there to those other platforms and give them money for telling you lies. Makes no sense. I mean, black people have our people have a twisted way of thinking. And these and our people, we have to start making sense. We have to start getting back to reality. And we have to start questioning things that's keeping us down, keeping us oppressed, holding us back from our true greatness, who we are. You know, and that's why the world looked down on us. Like the white man, when he teaches about Egypt, you have to be very skeptical when you hear the European teach about Egypt, because he always brings up the 25th dynasty. Well, there were black Egyptians. Well, let's talk about the 25th dynasty. But he don't want to be honest and say, well, all the dynasties were black. You know, so and he don't want to give you he don't want to credit you all your glory, because we deserve better. We deserve better than what we are now. They trying to put us on the bottom, on the lowest of the low. And I'm not accepting that. We deserve better. We deserve to be on top. Okay? Because that's what the truth shows. And we just being, brothers who tell the truth are just being neglected because of these scammers. I mean, brothers showing you the truth, going to the museums, and you don't want to give them nothing, but you want to go give a $20, $50 donation to those other platforms that's lying to you all day. But yeah, that's all I want to say. Black people, wake up, seek the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Know your greatness. Find out your greatness. Find out the truth, the reality. Nothing like historical reality. We come from a long way, from slavery to Christianity. I mean, we gotta evolve. We can't stay stuck in 500 years ago. And brothers like Shaka and all the rest of us, we beyond that. But unfortunately, our people are not hopping in the same boat with us.
But hey, can I ask a question? Hey, Shaka, what is that that's playing?
This is actually Amenhotep III, and I was inspired to share this. Now you might see Amenophis, but that's the Greek way. This is Akhenaten's father, and I was inspired to show that when I heard Radio 1 speaking, because earlier he mentioned the fact that it was the most powerful dynasty, and it was indeed one of the most prosperous. Now there might be one of the ruler. I forgot if it was Mentuhotep, but one ruler had the empire extending over many different territories outside of Kemet. But we can consider that the 18th dynasty was probably the wealthiest. And one example is the treasure found in King Tut's tomb. And this is Amenhotep III. This is King Tut's grandfather. And we can see his depiction here. We can look at his phenotype, his nose, his lips, and his hair. Some people might debate that it's not his hair that we see, that it is his hair dress or crown. But that's just for the people to have a visual. This is the 18th dynasty. This is Akhenaten's father. And look, and here we can even see him even closer. And I think it's important because what Radio 1 said is true many times. You have books about that. When I went to Belgium, hold on, I want to pause it. When I went to Belgium in one of the museum, there was a book talking about the black pharaohs, and I told wifey, you know what, this is going to be about the 25th dynasty, because they love to do that, the 25th dynasty with Tahaka and so on. They love to do that, and many of our people to this day they still think that the rulers of Kemet, indeed, like Radio One was saying at one point, that indeed they were. I think it was him who alluded to that, but yes, that they were kind of biracial, mixed race, a mix of different culture. Many times when we read articles, a lot of people like to say, well, ancient Egypt was a mixture of different cultures, people of different. Or when there's a question, were they black, and the answer is like, oh, we cannot say they were black, we cannot say they were white. A bit like Garfield when he talks about Jesus. Garfield believes that Jesus existed, and when I just asked him what color he was he black, was he white? He cannot answer. So you have a person from a particular location at a particular time period, but is unable to tell us about his ethnicity. But that's just for the record. Our people really, uh, we cannot blame them too much if they listen to authority. But sometimes I go through different articles and show to the people that the methodology and the claims in the articles don't necessarily add up. And recently we did that. Um, there was a mention of a festival um, where they were talking about orgies, claiming that there was orgy, but it was full of allegation. And there was another example when um, it was about where Hebrews whether slavery in Kemet. I think he was a historian, but I've made a video. I forgot the title, but a lot of time they make bold claims, but they don't substantiate it. They don't show us any records. You see, so brother Radio One, I almost forgot. Can you share your channel on the chat so that people can have a look? And if anybody has a YouTube account, always feel free to share it in the chat or to mention it whenever you come on the platform. So, brother Inspired One,
Yes.
feel free to make closing remarks, brother.
I just appreciate the knowledge. One of the things that I always like to emphasize is I am new to African spirituality probably in the last 6 to 7 months. And one of the things that I'm really appreciative of is channels like yours and listening to some of the panelists, because it accelerates my knowledge. Instead of me having to read about it, look at the YouTube videos. In fact, some of the things that Radio One shared, not that I'm not going to go research and learn myself, but it kind of gives me a shortcut, kind of like the Cliff Notes version, where to start to look for things so that I can kind of learn on my own. But no, I just appreciate the knowledge. I appreciate the knowledge.
Thank you very much. So I am thanking you, brothers, for calling in. It's a good look, really. Oh, yes. Hold on. Radio One, I think he shared his channel, so I'm going to put it in the chat. I usually forget that people cannot share links in the chat. So hold on. Just bear with me. I just want to share it.
Hey, I have one question for the group. I listen to a lot of the Kemetic scholars and people that have PhDs and things like that. They seem to be very hesitant to use the term ancient Egypt. They prefer to say Egypt is Egypt and Kemet is Kemet, and not to say ancient Kemet or ancient Egypt, but so that, I mean, and it may be just a matter of semantics, but they're trying to differentiate when the name was changed by, I guess, the Greeks versus the time before it was changed by the Greeks. And so instead of calling it ancient Kemet, they're just saying Kemet. And it's like a redundant to call it ancient Kemet, because Kemet in itself was ancient. Egypt came after Kemet. So when you say ancient Egypt, what you're really saying, I think, is Kemet. Is that right? Or are you talking about the ancient Egypt that existed when the Greeks changed the name? Can somebody?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just to make sure, what is your ultimate question?
Why do we use the term ancient Kemet and ancient Egypt? Because to me, it confuses the issue. Are you referring, when you say ancient Egypt, aren't you really talking about Kemet? Or is the person really trying to describe that time in Egypt's early history after its name was changed during that time? And maybe an Egyptologist is referring to the time when the name was changed. Whereas when you guys use it, you're trying to describe Kemet.
I think that when most people say ancient Egypt, they're really talking about the civilization before the current Muslim civilization of Egypt. Is to make the distinction, and most people will understand if we say ancient Egypt than if you say Kemet, because indeed, like it was said several times, a lot of people just don't know what Kemet is. They might know the word Hotep more than the word Kemet, and unfortunately, in some instances for the wrong reasons, because we have some conscious community members who has been talking quite badly about the word Hotep and people who follow Kemet or Ma'at. So really to answer your question shortly, I think it's really to make a distinction. It's like some well, it's an analogy, but a Palestinian will not say Israel; he will say Palestine. He will not say Israel. Well, most of the time. And actually, when I answered that question, I was reminded with what Radio One was saying about Ngozi. Now, I don't know him too much, but I spoke to him when I was a regular caller on a particular radio broadcast, a particular team, not to use another word. And at some point, I noticed that he kind of leaned towards Islam after he said that all this is not our way. And I remember back then, after I distanced myself or disassociated myself with this particular team, they used to be very big on talking about we come from monkeys. And I remember one time, and I don't think he would deny that, but I think I have the screen print, because sometimes I see things that surprise me so much that I just make a screen print and I keep it just for the record, just in case. He did put on Facebook a picture of an ape, and he wrote either my grandfather's or my grandmother, my grandfather or my grandmother, and that's how deep he was into the we come from monkey, because this team has been kind of all over the place. First about Black African power, and then allowing Asiatic black men to teach that black means death, African are living a jungle life, and then they were talking about evolution, including we come from monkeys, and finally now they're talking about vaccines. Well, at least they are not. Well, anyway, sometimes people are all over the place. They are just all over the place, and it would be a shame if he made negative statements about Kemet. But when people are all over the place, it's like Garfield. I mean, Garfield is one of the prime example of someone being all over the place. Hence why you upload videos about from so many people with so many different ideologies and so on. But at the end of the day, if Ngozi made some negative statements towards Kemet, he's not the first one and he will not be the last. But I will say, and I'm being careful with what I'm saying, I don't want to make any accusations. You see, but I want to say that all the to all the people that are into Kemet, into Ma'at, really, I'm not calling on boycotts, but I'm saying if you are into a culture, if you are into something, and you have some people who disrespect that thing, then really, with all logic, you should not just give those people energy. You see, you should not give those people energy. So I don't need to say names of the people, but we've had many people who've been talking sideways about Kemet. I've been labeling the followers of Kemet with many epithets, many different titles, for the most part that were negative, and some of them did that on a consistent basis. And even if you don't support me financially, which you don't have any obligation to do, well, at least don't give those people energy. That's something that uh, I used to say back then. Um, Rule number one: no fence riding. And I can't even remember if it was rule number one or rule number two, but the fence riding, that's one of the worst thing, because that analogy that I've made before, you are on a boat, you have people that you consider your comrade, so you don't check on them. You don't look back, and you happen to be at the front and you're rowing, but they are rowing in your opposite direction. So you're putting so much effort and energy, but you're not going anywhere, or you're barely moving. Those people are slowing you down, and that's what the fence riders are to me. You see, and I'm not saying that we should go to war with everybody. I'm not saying that we should fight anybody or insult or disrespect anybody. All I'm saying, um, if someone is a Muslim and you have platforms, whether it's YouTube channels or um, any sort of platform where Islam is consistently disrespected, then Muslims will not just go and give them energy. And it's the same with Christians. If you have a platform where Christianity is disrespected on a consistent and regular basis, then usually Christians will not go and give them energy. You see, so this is very, very important. If you hear people talking smack on a regular basis, talking foolishness on a regular basis, not substantiating their claims, now I'm not saying just come to my channel and listen to me, but look for people who at least substantiate what they say. You understand what I'm saying? Some people will try to validate the Bible and they will talk about records. Now, to validate the Bible is very difficult, but if they talk about records, at least it's something factual. The record, you know what I'm saying? The conclusion most likely will be errant. But you have a lot of people who are specialists in history and archaeology or linguistics, and they do some work. But you're going to listen to some people, and I don't have any degree, but I've started my website in 2004. So I have a 16-year track record of being consistent. And in the latest years, I've been showing you primary documents in many different countries in the world, and delving also on languages a little bit. But you have some people who not only don't have any qualification, but they're not specializing in anything, or at least if they specialize in something, it has nothing to do with Black history. You see, yeah, some people, they'll talk about making money so many different ways, and when you hear them talk, their confidence is as if the way they are successful in the money field gives them an entitlement to talk about history. And it's just real sad, real sad. And I've mentioned the team. Well, I didn't mention who they are, and I said team for lack of another word, because if I use another word, then people will know who I'm talking about. But they haven't been solid. When it was time to be solid and say, no, I disagree with those teachings that Africans are living the jungle life, they could not even say that, and they ended up slandering me. They ended up attacking me, flagging my accounts. The same people here who talk about Black history and so on, allegedly, that's what they did. But it's all good. It's all good. that was just my that was just a moment of me basically trying to tell the audience, beware of who you're giving energy to. You understand? Because you might not understand that, but the energy that you give um, holds more weight that you may think. You see, but I'm not going to dwell into that for too long. But we can do better as a people. We really, really can do better as a people. And really, I'm just going to repeat an example that I gave before. There's someone from the so-called conscious community who went on tape, knowing that he was recorded. It's not a hidden camera, and he showed what he claimed to be a PhD degree with a spelling mistake on it. That was on Sarneta's platform, if I'm not mistaken. People roasted him for that. But after that, nothing. Nobody called him to speak on that. Sarneta never called him to speak on that. So you have one guy who showed a fraudulent degree to tell the people, well, some people say that I don't have, I'm paraphrasing, but some people say I don't have a degree or whatever. Here's my PhD with a spelling error on it. He showed a fake degree, a fake PhD. You understand what I'm saying? But it's like it was swept under the rug. Let's move to the next topic. And after that person did that, he spoke many times in that same platform and other platform. You see? And then I'm still gonna hear people talking about, oh yeah, but that brother, he's deep with, he has knowledge about biology, about chemistry, about food, but it doesn't matter too much for me because he's a huge liar. I mean, you have to go out of your way to come up with a fake PhD. You have to go out of your way. But anyway, people might think that I'm hating.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree, man. I mean, it's bad enough that they're, being a liar. It's already bad enough you're a liar. But the problem I have with these cats, man, and the reason I never even attempted to try to go on Sarneta's platform, man, because these cats, man, they are overrated. They overrated. I mean, they actually believe that they are celebrities. And it's like, and they think they're better than everybody else, man. It's like, they have that mentality, just because I was on Sarneta, I'm a celebrity, but you go on Sarneta channel, man, he's only he get 7,000, 10,000 views. But if you go to an actual celebrity video, okay, like Cardi B or Kodak Black or something, you're gonna see like 3 million, couple million views. I mean, far more superior than what Sarneta's, producing, man. So it's like a lot of these guys, man, they get above themselves, man, and when they show up on other smaller platforms, they try to come on there as the, like they this big time icon and all that. I mean, these guys are they are delusional, man. I mean, they are very delusional. I mean, they just want attention. I mean, and they have no respect whatsoever for the craft, man. And it's like, and the biggest thing that they all lack is integrity. They have no integrity. I mean, gosh, and the integrity is low at the HOK community, man. I mean, it is low, man. I mean, you have more people, bashing Kemet, saying that now with the thing with Jabari, I mean, I don't in the strand of my odds, the issue I have with that is that they dress as Egyptian, they dress as Kemetic, but they want to say, we're not Egyptians, we're not Kemetic, and I'm saying that, there's some knowledge you lacking that's stopping you from knowing that. I mean, because they have all these beliefs in these other methods of history, you can't sit up there and say science and DNA has all the answers, because science and DNA It was created. It has its roots in neo-Nazi racism. So I mean, so it's definitely gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard getting any truth from that. You know, but yeah, that's another subject. But yeah, I mean, these guys, man, like and Sonetti, like he demands respect, but you know, and you hardly ever see any respect for, especially like the person who's not a member of his platform. That some you, you like someone may come on there and and like and not be able to express themselves or get a word out, because he don't really know them that well, or whatever, but he calls some of his the guys that come on there, he calls them celebrities, and they actually believe that they celebrities, man, and they get above themselves, and I'm just saying, like, Negro, you ain't no celebrity. I mean, stop, you in the same boat as us, man. Stop thinking you're better than everybody else, man. We all in the same struggle. I'm saying, the person, you have a lot of people that think like that. Umar Johnson, all these leaders, man, really believe that they are doing something, but they're really,
And
they're not doing anything different from what we're doing. I mean, they just
and
go ahead.
brother, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm so glad you said that because now Senator, he has a huge platform. His platform is influential. We cannot take that away from him, and his guests, the level of his guests has improved because at one time anybody could just come on and claim anything. It's not as bad as it used to be before. But Umar, that's a huge example. And the reason why Umar is able to feel that way and act that way is because of his followers that I will label groupies. 10 years that he's supposed to be at that school, and all you hear is excuses. It's just weird. But I guess in the conscious community, people have titles and labels. So if you're not part of the circle, of that circle, with a particular title or ranking, then people just don't care about what you have to say. I mean, I've had someone. I remember when I was talking about my doubts about Umar Johnson, and that person told me, and I mentioned somebody who felt the same way as I did, and that person asked me, and how many school has he built? You know, And I just said, but zero, just like Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson has never built a school. He claims that he wants to build a school, but he hasn't built a school. Anybody can come and say, well, I want to do this Pan-African school. He wanted to do school number 2, and now he wants to do a juice bar. But it's all good. It's all good because people are going to think that we are haters. If you like these people who claim that they're going to be a school for 10 years, and go and support them. Spend your effort and energy with them. If you like those people who show you fake PhDs, and go and support them. If you like those people who talk smack about Kemet all day, every day, well, go and support them. But when it hits the fan, don't come crying, because there might be a paradigm shift. And I'm not talking about the alignments of planets that will create some changes on the planet Earth. People eventually might wake up. You see, that dude who likes to talk about Egyptomaniacs, it's all good to say that now, but at some other time, people might remember that. And I'm not saying that as if I wish harm that comes his way, but in the long term, it might not be it might not be helpful. It might not benefit him, because I think it's really cowardly to consistently pick on a group of people or minority just because they have so little members. When we talk about black people as a whole, of course, the Abrahamic belief system are predominant, And at the end of the day, that person is not the only one who's been acting like that. But
Yeah, I was gonna
as long as
yeah,
we don't have fence riders, things could improve very quickly. But go ahead, brother Radio One. Go ahead.
yeah. I'm just saying, don't 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 put those. I mean, don't try to make it seem like you all this high and mighty. And try to look down on everybody else. I mean, because truth be told, I mean, if Sarnetta and Omar Johnson and all, if they were like really this you know big time and this and that, as they try to put themselves, I mean, when people get their stimulus checks, and all that, they got to go through the White House and get it. Why they can't go through Umar Johnson and get a stimulus check? They every time every time you turn around, he's asking for a donation. He's not giving anybody money. So I mean, it's just I'm saying, there's nothing wrong with promoting yourself and all that, but try to humble yourself, man, and stop and don't overrate yourself. I mean, and that's the problem that's going on. A lot of these guys, man, they overrating themselves. They trying to make it seem like they're something that they're not, and it's making them look silly.
You know what's interesting is a lot of times with quote unquote with celebrity, it's a person who considers themselves a celebrity is usually someone who comes from a niche, a small niche, and then kind of breaks through into greater pop culture. People like the mentioned Umar Johnson fit that criteria. And I've watched him like on the Breakfast Club and things like that. One thing that always kind of makes me wary of people who are quote unquote celebrities is that most celebrities are actually entertainers. And even Umar Johnson kind of fits into that group. He appeals to the general populace because sometimes the things that he says very entertaining. He has some very entertaining videos. And to me, one has to be able to decipher the difference between entertainment and knowledge. All entertainment is not knowledge. Entertainment sometimes is just for entertainment's sake. And unfortunately, and this kind of, it reminds me of a journey I took as a young man. Where I kind of got into like the sport of boxing of all things, and there was a gym in Chicago, which was the most popular gym, but you would go in there. The trainer was a celebrity. Most of the boxers in there were celebrities. You couldn't get any time with them. You were kind of treated like a number. You pay your money and, exorbitant fee every month, and you would come in and basically watch them do what they do, and you would try to learn from it. And to me, I got the bulk of my information from like, I won't say like your hole in the wall gyms, but gyms that were much smaller and much more focused on teaching than being celebrities, and much more focused on actually progressing the art than being a well-known trainer or things of that nature. And I think that's what those of us who are kind of still in this small niche, of people who are quote conscious, those of us who really are making the biggest differences and really kind of pushing the envelope of thought and pushing the envelope of understanding, usually those people are not going to be, usually they're not going to be celebrities, because it's kind of like you're almost like a scientist. Most people, they get bored with this kind of stuff, talking about principle, I'm sorry, talking about like original sources and things like that. You lose a lot of people because it's not as entertaining as watching a Sonetta video.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
we don't need, we got enough entertainers. Like we got what? We got Cardi B, we got this WAP, we got what's the chick that she's on there with? Megan Thee Stallion. We got all these people
Mm.
there entertaining enough.
But
You know, when it comes
that
to real
those
life
yeah.
and when it comes to things about God, when it comes to subjects about the progress of our people, we don't need entertainment. You know, and I think we as a people, we kind of need to get away from that.
Exactly. Yeah,
Mm.
and
Now, yes,
oh, go ahead.
but,
Go ahead.
please, no, no, go ahead, but please briefly, brother, because I really want to. It was like
Oh,
3 hours
yeah.
something, and now it's 4 hours something. So
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
go
Yes.
ahead,
Yes.
brother.
Yes. Yes. I know we went over the time limit. But yeah. I mean, like a lot of these people, they come on Sign of the TV and they think, you know, when they get up, when they actually get on there, you know, they gonna get their big break and they gonna get all these 10,000 subscribers, and you know, in most cases, you know, that don't happen. You know, I mean, when they go on there, you know, they get no subscribers, you know, and they they just think they're gonna be, become this big celebrity, and it don't work out that way. But yeah, I mean, they just like I said, man, they get above themselves. Yeah, but I know it's over the time limit. I'm not gonna keep you too long, but I just wanted to say, man, black people, wake up, know the truth, do your part and help protecting the culture of Kemet, because we know the culture of Kemet is real. Okay, now when you deal with all the places in the Bible, you notice that Assyria, Persia, all the places that are mentioned in the Bible are real except Israel. I mean, there's evidence to prove Persia, Assyria, Cush, Egypt, but nothing to prove Israel. So, I say, wake up and give your support to the truth and what you can see. We know that Egypt is real. We know that Cush is real, farther to the south. I mean, that's where our focus should be. Should be on protecting that, because they are trying to erase it. They are trying to destroy it. They're trying to whitewash it. And they're building this new museum, but there's still a threat. There's still a threat that wants to erase and whitewash African history and the glory and legacy of Kemet. And brothers like Shaka and all, he's trying to protect that, and he deserved more than your attention and your tuning in. He deserved your support as well. So that's what I'm saying. If you're going to get into this, be 100% about it. Be real about it. Just don't come over here and say, yeah, and leave a couple comments, and you just want to tune in. Help the brother out. Make a donation. You know, be 100% about it. You either for Kemet or you're not. In your Bible belief, like even if you're a Christian, and you want to support the truth, still show some support. Because although you're a Christian, something's telling you in the back of your head that that your religion is a lie and this is the truth, and that's why you should show your support for the truth. And maybe sometime later you will drop your religion and support the truth 100%. So I'm saying, just black people, wake up, and come to the truth and support those who work hard trying to show you the truth. And that's all I want to say. Oh, you on mute, brother. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for that, brother Radio One. I will talk to you some other time, and same to you, brother Darius. Thank to you as well. I'll not make my closing remarks. So, hold on. Okay. Yeah. So, brother Omnia, I saw that you're trying to get in, but I'm about to close But you are always welcome next time I go live streaming. Remember, brothers and sisters, if you subscribe to uh, the Twitter, which is here, you will be notified whenever I'm live streaming. And for those who have not subscribed to the YouTube yet, then this is the address here, Ma'at Forever. And for those who wish to make a donation, then you have the PayPal here, paypal.me/Ma'at Forever, or you can use Cash App, and you don't have to trip about any amount of money. You can just send the minimum, um, and just do it if you feel like doing it. And there's a video committed Ma'at. That's what I consider to be my greatest work. So if at least there's one video of mine that I would like you to see, then it's that one. It's about 47 minutes long, and I think you will appreciate it. And don't worry, RP, you can come back some other time. She wrote, I'm sorry I missed most of the show. No problem at all. So indeed, Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. I have shared the link before, and I might as well just share it now again. But to all the brothers and sisters who've been supporting me, thank you. To all those who are taking the classes, thank you. And really, try to stay safe, try to stay healthy. So if I'm allowed to by the Necheru, then I would definitely harder back at you. So Senu, Hena, Senut, Hotep.